bring social media PFP engagement into community building was something that was done probably best by Lazy Lions back in the day. They were obnoxious, full transparency, but one thing on socials that they did that was really unique was they tied some staking mechanism to their PFP, anyone with their PFPs, the Lazy Lion PFP, and they actually dominated the crypto Twitter scene for a couple of months, I'd say. And it actually went away. And I actually don't know why. I think a lot of people like didn't realize they realized how effective it was, but weren't sure how to implement it in a way that was meaningful. And Lazy Lions actually struggled with that as well. The execution on the tech side wasn't very great, and they didn't have a meaningful reward system for that engagement. They actually, what they did wrong was they overpromised and underdelivered, which is, I think you all know, something we don't do here. So I'm really excited about that. I told Saint as soon as he mentioned that idea, really excited about the implementation, because if done right, you know, crypto Twitter is where projects get a lot of their momentum. So exactly, Theodorus, we're taking, one thing that I think about a lot is like there are so many projects out here doing things. They have the right idea, but they just can't execute. And if they were to execute on these ideas, they could be very, very successful. The key is just finding the right teams to execute on some of these ideas. And a lot of times you don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? To allow something to flourish, right? You just find what other people have done and do it better. And I have no doubts that we're going to do that. So very, very cool. And hope you all had an opportunity to join that. You were in high school when I was born. Snap. Did not know that. I was born in 1988, 35 today. And someone asked if I'm having a special drink. I am having a special drink. I bought myself a nice bottle of whiskey, scotch specifically. I don't know if I'm comfortable sharing, because then people are going to Google how much it was, and then it makes me kind of seem like a dick. So just know it is nice. Uh, a nice scotch, and I am having an old fashioned to start. It is nice. It's to be very, very clear, I don't spend this much money on whiskey typically. This bottle was 300 and plus, 300 plus. But I'm spoiling myself because I never get to do that. So my wife pretty much came to me and she said, "What do you want for your birthday, anyways?" I said, "Honestly, all I really want at this stage is like an experience or like a nice bottle of whiskey." So she said, "Okay, let's go get the second one because it's too late to plan an experience." So that was kind of fun today. I got to go pick that out. So that actually doesn't make me sound like a dick since it was a present, right? I thought about a cigar, but I don't know. I don't know where I'd have the opportunity to smoke it, to be honest. I actually am gonna Google. I was looking up a cigar because I actually do really enjoy cigars. There was a cigar place that I actually didn't even realize that was around me, close by, and I actually might pop by and go grab one tomorrow. I don't know enough about cigars though. Like that's my problem. And to be very fair, going back to like the price range, and Junka's like all over me about which whiskey I bought. I got the like alcohol in Australia is fucking ridiculously expensive. Like to be very, very clear. I don't know what it's like compared to like the rest of the world, but it feels like this has to be so much more expensive. I don't know. Like the stuff that I used to be able to buy in America is this. It's like fucking 10 times as much. Sometimes it's absolutely bonkers. So the one that I ended up getting is actually more than I realized because my wife ended up. She just said, "Pick the one you haven't had before." She gave me. I bought the 20. I always got 15, 12 or 15-year-old aged single malts. I got the 21-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey of the Glenlivet. Here's a here's a little link. She said, "Don't pay attention to price." She said, "Grab which one you haven't had before and get it." And I got it. What's going on? Oh, thank you, Irina. Sorry, I'm catching back up. I was doing some random Google searching. UK, is UK alcohol cheap? See, I would have thought it would be expensive there for some reason. I don't know. I feel like I have this vibe that everything's expensive in the UK. Yeah, right. In Junca, it's so fucking expensive. It's like it's hard to get drunk here. In Junca, as well about the good cigar comment. I enjoy I enjoy the bonded more of the bonding experience of a cigar. Like if I have one, I don't want to just be like by myself. I think I'd want to be like around like the boys, you know what I mean? Like have an opportunity to like just be chilling with some good old male bonding time talking about who knows what, right? But just like chilling with people. Mm. Saint, I can confirm it's quite nice. I've never had it before, but definitely solid. I can see where the extra dollars come in there. Thank you, Mac. Sometimes it's nice to enjoy a cigar alone. I'm sure it is. Like I just haven't participated in that activity. Anyone here like so crypto, are you into cigars or are you just more of like a I just grab whatever's around and enjoy just the time alone? I never actually went with I was actually choosing between the two Glens, Jeff. Did I make a bad choice? Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of other cheap alternatives to get some sort of influence on your mental well-being. Yes, you made a bad choice. Well, that's good to know. Next time I have this opportunity, Jeff, which is actually Father's Day in Australia is next month, so maybe I'll put this one down and and then go with the Glenfiddich next. Anyone else have an opinion on that? I've actually just recently got into like drinking whiskey and different forms of such. So I'm learning. I probably am 6 to 12 months into this experience, and I enjoy it a lot. I used to just only drink beer, but it also that started to give me bad hangovers, and I'm getting older, like so I can't quite like drink 12 beers and just keep going on with my day. Like I'll just either pass out or get bloated. So cheers to getting old and being a piece of shit. I can confirm Saint did provide me with a Big Mac opportunity. Yeah, so I actually got a what's everyone's plans for the weekend? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we, I know you're not probably, you shouldn't be, honestly, this is a great weekend to just fucking check out, go touch some grass, go do some fun shit. I couldn't supersize it. I don't need a supersize, man. I think my supersize days are over. Um, Playing football, that's what I'm talking about. Helping parents renovate, sick. I got my daughter's got basketball in the morning, and I'm going to. There was an email that went around 2 days ago asking for some coaching volunteers, so I'm gonna volunteer to get that kicked off tomorrow. Do some coaching for some 5-year-old girls. Hashtag girl dad. And then what else are we doing tomorrow? Oh, I'm getting ready for. I got some family. We're doing like uh, my wife's family. Obviously, my family's not flying from America to come celebrate my birthday, but my wife's family, which is awesome. I'm very very close with, is coming over on Sunday for a bit of a barbecue, and I'm doing all the cooking. So I'm getting all the meat and preparations ready tomorrow for all that fun seasoning, and gonna hope the weather turns. I don't. It looks like it's gonna rain, but I don't care. I'll grill in the rain, but I'd rather it be a nice day. But I like. I don't like the feeling of, and I'm curious. I'm always curious about people's personalities and how they feel like this. But I'm actually quite uncomfortable with a lot of attention on my birthday and like getting gifted things and being like waited on. It's just really against who I am as a person. So I would rather like give everyone else a really nice time. And then like that compensates for like the fact that I'm getting gifts. I don't know, maybe I didn't get a lot of like gifts and stuff, I guess I'd say, like growing up. So it's like now that I get them sometimes it makes me uncomfortable. What is Okay, so geographically, I'm an idiot. So, what is Toulouse? And I guarantee I said that wrong. I'm the same way, same exact way. Like when people ask me what I want, like first of all, what I want is really specific at times, and I'm uncomfortable asking for anything like that. And then also like just the feeling of like being gifted something, like I don't know, it just makes me uncomfortable. But I love giving gifts for sure. My wife Another thing, so she spoiled me this year though, because it's my 35th, and she somehow is like concerned that I'm gonna hit like this midlife crisis, which I guarantee I am because that's how my brain works. Haven't hit it yet, I don't think, but a couple weeks ago, she uh she bought me. I was looking for a new pair of Jordans for a little while, and she bought me some new J1s a few weeks ago. They were used, but I like to buy them actually secondhand because I wear them. Like a lot of people, I don't know if people in here are into like Jordans and stuff, but a lot of people, there's two versions of like Jordan buyers. They're like the ones who like buy it to just keep like in perfect mint condition and then store forever and collect. And then there's people who rock them, and I always wear mine. So I would rather buy them already a little worn at a discounted price so I can just rock them until they're worn through. Can't pull off some of them. See, I used to think that, but what all you need to do is just put them on, and then like before you know it, like you're doing it. There was a few. I used to have so many shoes back in the day, but I don't anymore. But there were some really crazy ones I used to wear, and I didn't think I could wear them, but before you know it, you're wearing them. You have a feeling I'm a size 11. No, no, I'm not the biggest. I'm 5'9.5", and my feet are a 9.5. So I'm like average everywhere around. That sounds really bad. That could be taken in a certain way. I promise you, it wasn't meant to be as focused on anything besides my shoes and my height. What time, Saint? What time is it in Monaco right now? That's gonna like I gotta put that in my description in my profile. 12:20. Okay. How was the train ride? You know what was crazy? Oh, someone's jumped up on stage with me. What's up, man?
Well, you were just asking me, so I was just like, "Oh, it's way easier than typing." No,
Yep.
everything was good, man. I got here, everything was fine. I had trouble finding my hotel, but outside of that, no, it was good, man. I had a good night out. Got to go to the casino and all the
Nice.
fun, nice restaurants and stuff. Man, there's some. It's fun. I don't ever play at a casino unless they have like poker. I don't play versus the house, so
Hmm.
I didn't even spend a single dollar at the casino. But I
Yeah.
went with a few other people who were ballers, and they were just spending like I don't know, like 20, $30,000 on the tables. It was pretty crazy, but fun to see. Monaco is just a trip, man. Because again, I dress like a homeless dude with a couple of like okay accessories, and then like all the women in Monaco are dressing like an adult prom, right? Or they're going to
Oh,
I don't know
really?
the Academy Awards. It's crazy, man. It's nuts. People are wearing
I
out
wouldn't.
here.
I would not fit in that
No,
scene.
no, the
I'm
good
like,
thing is all the guys look homeless, bro. It's
oh,
amazing. Like
cool.
there's a
Then I'd
couple
fit
guys
right
who will
in.
rock there'll be a couple guys who rock suits, but most of the guys are just wearing like simple shorts or pants with like a Lacoste polo. That's it. And then
Perfect.
all these women look like magical creatures, right? That are from a whole different world. And these men are just like, cool, bro. Like that's it. It's so weird because the wealth here in Monaco is like crazy, right? So there's a lot of like
Hmm.
oh, like we don't give a fuck when we're like men. Like it's really
Yeah.
interesting. It's a totally different vibe. I forget how weird Monaco is. It's brilliant and it's beautiful and God, the architecture is amazing. I'll send some photos later, but yeah, man, it's
For
cool.
sure.
But I was also gonna note like the nice thing about your average everywhere comment
Yeah.
is that, bro, at least you have normal size feet so you
As
could get like shoes. 'Cause that's my problem. I'm like around 5'10", 5'11", and my problem is I have size 13 feet. So like there's certain
yeah,
shoes
right.
that it's so hard to find size 13s now. Literally the
Yeah.
worst thing, right? It's the
Yeah.
dumbest thing I've ever seen. So I would if there was one thing I would change, I wish I could like go like be a size 11 or a size 10 would be so much better in my life so I could wear all these dope shoes.
Yeah, I get if I need like a pair, I can find a pair of shoes that like, obviously you don't always get the exact size you want, but like I can work a 9 or a 10 easy and it's the cheapest versions of them as well because they're the most common. So it's a huge value for me on that side of things. But yeah, that as soon as that comment came out of my mouth, I knew I was stepping into some jokes for sure.
That's great. You should just tell your wife that. Hey, I know, yeah, I'm glad you married me. I'm just
She
average.
already knows. She already knows.
That could also be a mistake. Oh god. Oh man, I know what the I know what the password for this event's gonna be. It's definitely gonna be
Right.
average. Oh, good shit, man.
Good.
So I'm
It's
glad.
good.
I'm glad you're getting some good whiskey and getting some good barbecues this weekend, man. I'm glad you're
Yeah,
getting
for sure,
a
man.
little bit of a nice break here too.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely having that, and I'm like, it's where I got my expectation setting, right for Web3. I think I batted way out of my league to get the wife that I have, and now I'm just learned how to set expectations appropriately with her, and I'm transitioning that into Web3 strategy.
I love it, man. That's a great thing, man. It's funny, dude. Like all of our team members seem to like have like you say that very similarly. Like you kind of like outkicked your coverage, got a great wife. I'm glad that's the
Yeah.
case, man. And then good old Steven here's dating like the pink Power Ranger, and now his current wife was previously a Minnesota Vikings cheerleader. So clearly that guy's doing
Yeah, I
good.
mean, he's doing well. Yeah. Well done.
Well done. That's gonna be the next recruitment thing is like, do you have a
You
more
must have
attractive
a
partner than you, right? Like how much
yeah.
more attractive your partner is than you, that's how we'll recruit.
It humbles you to have that as part of your resume for sure. Uh,
That's the best thing though, because you know when you do family events, you get to be like, hey, you
yeah.
remember this is who I
So yeah.
pulled. Oh, that's good
Dude,
shit, man.
actually, I got a
Glad. And then
question for you.
you doing anything else special for your birthday, or just keeping it low key?
No, actually, my so Sunday I'm doing like that barbecue at like lunchtime, and then after that we are going. My wife and I are going to go out for a few drinks. He's booked a restaurant that I'm not sure of yet, and then because we couldn't lock in babysitters until Sunday, so today was just kind of like a chill day, and then Sunday is going to be like we're going to go out, have some drinks, probably hit the casino up ourselves, and then have Monday off because both of our kids go to school on Monday.
That's the way to do it, man. I mean, like, I think a lot of people like overly make a thing of doing stuff on your birthday, bro. Who cares?
Yeah,
Do plus or minus
I don't
5 days
care,
when you get the right
dude.
time. And of course, you have kids, you have a total different variable than me for sure.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for
like who cares? Just enjoy it. I'm glad you get a little date night though with the wife, man. That'll be pretty nice as well. So you'll go
sure.
family event, barbecue, and date night same night, bro. That's a good day.
I'm gonna be like 5 pounds fatter on Monday for sure, but that's all right. It's cool. That's what
What's
birthdays are for.
what's the go to on the barbecue side? Like what are you putting on the grill?
Yeah, so I so now that I've moved over to Australia, right? Like I actually like over here, it's really hard to find like bratwursts that remind me of back home, and like doing cheeseburgers in the way that I appreciate, and like chicken wings the way that I appreciate. So I kick it back to like how I did like just really simple barbecues back home. I
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that a lot, so I'm getting all of that stuff on deck for
No,
tomorrow.
I know what you
The other
mean, man.
thing I
Those are
like
good.
it's like the simple. It's like since I've moved over here, everything like there's obviously some food over here is really, really fucking good. But no one does barbecue the same way. And then the other thing I'm going to do is a little bit of slow cooked pork to make some pulled pork sandwiches as well as one of my favorites. So those are the four things I'm going to throw at them, and we'll see how much gets eaten, and I'll have the leftovers.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, no, I know what you mean though too, especially because like, wherever you're raised, right, you have those like, local flavors and local style and local process. And whenever you go somewhere else, just one ingredient being off changes the whole thing, right? Like,
Yeah,
and it doesn't feel like even here in Europe, man, like these guys have been trying to feed me burgers, but I'm like, y'all got they're okay. Don't get me wrong. Like if
this
you go to
isn't
a
a
really
burger.
yeah, if you go to a really high end restaurant and they're gonna give you like a wagyu burger, like okay, that's good shit, no matter what.
Yeah,
But like
yeah,
everything else kind of tastes a little wonky to me, right? Just a
for
little
sure.
bit wonky, right? Even like
I haven't.
one day someone got like Pizza Hut, and I was so confused because like it was okay, the pizza was fine, but they don't do chili flakes like pepper flakes.
I
They do
know.
like
I
they
know.
do chili oil or pepper, like it's an oil that you drip, and it's like clear. It's very weird. I've never
Yeah.
seen this. I'm like, I don't want to pour liquid on my pizza. That's a weird thing to me. But it is funny, man, when traveling, because that is the one thing I miss, man, is that it's hard to find consistent good food. The only good thing about Europe, though, is that they all love Italian food. So it's pretty hard
Yeah.
to fuck up like pizza and pasta, but it is hard to find those same flavors. Like I would kill right now. Like I am trying my hardest to find a dope fried chicken sandwich that like
Oh.
actually brings me joy in my heart. That's what's hard. I did find an amazing. I love chicken katsu curry. Like Japanese curry is
Oh
one of my
yeah. My wife
things.
had chicken katsu today. Actually, we had
Nice.
some chicken katsu today. Yeah.
Oh, I love me some chicken gatsukuri. So I
So
finally
fucking good.
found one place in Paris that makes exactly the chicken because again the one that you got introduced to, the type of spices you get introduced to, it's very
Yeah.
different. Some people do like a sweeter one. I prefer a much spicier one. I want mine to
Yeah.
be a dark brown, thick sauce, not a watery, light brown. Like there's all these different things, and you got to find this right one. So I totally hear you as well, man. It's like being able to like throw it because like I'm literally thinking like I don't have a grill in any of the places, but I have kitchens in almost every place I stay. I'm like, damn, I almost just need to go make my own burgers now, like pan grill this
I,
shit, right? And just make it a
yep,
day.
that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm
Hey,
doing, bro.
love it, man. Love it.
Yeah, man, it's interesting too because like I tell like my both my parents have visited me multiple times since I've moved here, and like they are so ingrained into like they've lived where they've lived their whole lives, right? So like stepping out of their comfort zone was so uncomfortable for them, and like we couldn't find anything that like suited their like taste buds besides McDonald's. Like they ate more McDonald's, and luckily like they had the Monopoly series going, so we had like fucking hundreds of Monopoly tickets just like sitting at our on our counter because that's what that made them happy because like the Asian food's different. The like the Mexican food in Australia is awful, like really bad. Unless I've like just haven't been able to find the right ones. I've tried my best to find as many as I could. It's really bad unless you're in Sydney or Melbourne. That's like
Yeah,
a
dude.
huge go-to for me. And
the, Me-
like,
the
but
Mexican food in any places outside of the US or Latin based countries always
yeah,
sucks. Like here in France, they put French fries in their tacos. Like I was just like, what the
dude,
fuck are you doing,
that's
bro?
messed up.
Like, get out of here. Like
Why? Why do that?
it is so weird, man. But I do love it because it's funny. Someone who says, "Oh, you got Subway, dude." I literally ordered Subway one night in Paris because weirdly, right? All Europe like works on weird different timelines. So like Subway's open till like 2 a.m. here in Paris. It's crazy. So I was like, you know
Yeah,
what? I
okay.
need to go try something random that I don't know, or I keep it really simple and make sure I get it.
Mm,
But I actually got Subway
yeah,
because yeah, you can't go wrong rightfully with Subway. The only thing that
no.
sucks here, they don't have ranch dressing in Subways here. That was
Oh,
the
fuck.
only thing that was disappointing here. I know
That
y'all
does
might
suck.
think ranch is nasty, but ranch is amazing,
No, ranch
y'all.
is the bomb. I fucking dip my wings in ranch. I dip my pizza in ranch. I dip my fries in ranch. I eat my salad with ranch. I'll do anything with ranch. And it's hard to find a good ranch outside of the US as well, but people
So
are just
hard,
sleeping
bro. You
on it.
have to make it. Like you literally have to make your own fucking ranch. Like, bro, I'm not gonna churn some buttermilk ranch out. That's fucking too hard. But
I,
like it does suck, right? The closest they have here is like a good Caesar dressing is the closest that you can get to it, right? And it's just like it's interesting, man, because yeah, even when I went to Australia, I mean the good thing is Australia does have all the cuisines out there, right?
they
But
do,
like
yeah, yeah.
the problem is, like you said, it's like generally low quality. I'm pretty lucky because the type of foods I usually go for are like generally universal. Like the good thing is sushi is generally good universally, as long as you're
For
going to
sure.
quality sushi places. That's great. And then I eat a lot of Indian food. Indian's usually good almost everywhere you go if you're ordering from the right type of place and you know what you're getting, which is nice. Like naan is naan everywhere, which is generally good. And then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, same thing, right? Like I like just simple sandwiches, right? If you make some good ass shit, like, and I love Italian stuff. So those are usually my staples. But bro, you said Mexican. That's exactly what I'm missing out here. I have
Yeah,
not
yeah,
found a great Mexican joint. Like the closest I found in Paris was something called Coyo Tacos, I think it is, or Coyo Tacos. And it's just like, dude, there was no flavor. It was so
mm,
weird, bro. There was like no salt in their stuff. It was like so crazy, man. So that's kind of like the hard part, man, of traveling, to be honest, because I know this is gonna sound douchey, right? But the only great meals I'm having are either Subway or like literally Michelin star restaurants. So there's no in between, right? Which is
that's
fucked up.
totally fair. I feel the same way because like okay, so I live in Newcastle, Australia, which is a fairly big city in Australia, but like the only food that I really appreciate in the city is like the top tier restaurants or like the fast food stuff, just like what you're saying. And like you can go to Sydney and like you can get anything you want good if you're willing to like find the right place. Like there's enough going on there where it's like, okay, you're safe here. If you know the right people, they'll point you in the right direction. You'll get what you want. But I went to Sydney once. It's probably my second time there, and I wanted Mexican food really bad. I told my wife, I said, "We haven't had good Mexican since we've been here. It's my favorite type of food, like favorite genre. What's the right word for that? Is it
Uh,
genre of food?
no, it's like favorite type of cuisine is what you would
Cuisine,
usually
cuisine.
say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's the one. Yeah, yeah. And she's like, okay, well, let's try this place. Like, it has good reviews or whatever. I'm like, okay, whatever, we'll try it. I get there, right? And like they do like the fun thing where like you get the free like chips, like corn chips and stuff with salsa, and they're like, do you want hot mild or mild hot or extra hot? And I like spicy food, so I said I'll get the extra hot. So what they came out with, they put Tabasco sauce in a bowl, and that was the extra hot.
God damn, that is disappointing and awful,
I
and
thought
that's
it.
not even that hot.
I know. I thought like I definitely thought it was going to be a salsa of some kind, right? Like that's probably that's reasonable, right?
Oh, at least
And
chop some fucking onions and tomatoes and throw it in the Tabasco.
I got it, and it was such a surprise. Like I said, I don't even think I can complain about this because I don't even know like where to start with the complaint. That's why I was like, this is a really bad sign for what the rest of this dinner is going to look
That's why
like.
you create a burner Yelp account and just roast these people. That's what you
Yeah,
just need to do.
it's closed.
Mirror
It is
roast. That's
closed
all
now.
it is. It's funny.
It's
I
not
don't. I
open anymore.
don't. No, man. It's always a trip, man. Especially, I mean, you're in culture. Is your wife? Your wife's not Australian, right?
She is. Yeah, she
Oh,
is.
she is Australian. Okay, so that is the reason, like, you moved out there.
Yeah, yeah. I don't,
Okay,
yeah, I guess
got
I
it.
never told you that story. Yeah.
So you at least have a native person there. That's awesome. Like,
Oh,
no, that
yeah.
that makes it a lot more interesting because at least,
So much more fun. Yeah.
yeah,
Family's
exactly.
awesome too.
Yeah, she could take you to the right places, and then you could also clown on her for liking some garbage food. She
Yeah.
thinks it's authentic, which is great as well too.
What Australians love so much, which I think is like hilarious, is sushi. They have really good sushi here, like really pretty quality, like seafood and sashimi as well. But one thing that Australians love is chicken schnitzel, and they put chicken schnitzel inside of like rice and seaweed and like call that sushi. And it's what so many people love here. And
Oh,
they douse it in like that Asian mayo, right? So it's like it's pretty much turned into a fucking chicken schnitzel sandwich inside of some seaweed. I'm like, you guys know that that's not like that is like the most Australian version of seaweed, like a sushi I've ever heard. And it's like if a Japanese person were to see this, they'd fucking like die, right?
oh, exactly.
And
I
they're
was
like,
just gonna say
we don't
Jiro
care, we
would
don't
die.
care.
If you've never seen the documentary, I recommend it to everyone. It's called Jiro Dreams of Sushi. And it's just about this amazing, considered by many people like one of the preeminent sushi people. There's a lot of great sushi places in it, but it's a documentary of his craft and his process. And you actually learn like what goes into like a wonderful sushi piece. Like when you're saying that, I'm just like, Jiro
Mm.
is like would probably commit seppuku after hearing that shit. Like that is brutal. But it's funny because it happens everywhere, right? Like I mean, dude, like
Mm.
there's now these things like Indian pizza where they're putting like chicken tikka on pizzas and stuff. And
Don't do that. Just don't do that, people. Like,
I
why do
guess
people
that's
feel
the
like
thing
they
for
need to
certain
change
people,
something?
bro. It's weird, man. A lot of them love it, man. A lot of them love these weird combinations. It's very strange, but I do love that they do it because then it just creates these stories between the culture. It's like, this is why
Fair
we don't
enough.
like Australians. This is what they did to our food, right? And that's kind of where it continues through.
The nice thing about specifically Sydney, I'm sure you like, have you been to Australia quite a bit? Actually, I don't think I've ever asked you that.
Yeah, I have. I mean, I don't want to say it quite a bit, but I have been to like I spent like a month in Sydney, and kind of traveled up, a decent amount of time around there, but that's about it though. I mean, so I've only seen one part, primarily the touristy shit, but I went hiking in the Blue Mountains and I've
Oh,
done a few
so good. Yeah.
things. Yeah, so awesome. The Blue Mountains were amazing.
Beautiful.
Oh man, we should talk
Yeah.
about the cult in the Blue Mountains. Have you heard of that cult there?
I have heard of it. Actually, when the very first day I landed in Australia, it was 117 degrees Fahrenheit. No joke. It was like the hottest day of the summer, and I had never driven, obviously, on the opposite side of the road, right? But I rented a car, and my wife was like super, like, uh, there's some backstory here, but she was really nervous to meet me, right? So the the plan was that I would catch the train to Blue Mountains, but I actually rented a car because I didn't know, I actually hadn't traveled much before coming to Australia, and I wasn't sure if I'd be able to figure out the train. So I was like, well, fuck it, like I'll figure out how to drive on the other side of the road. It's not that complicated. Well, it was very, very confusing, and especially in Sydney. But I got a rental car, found my way to the Blue Mountains because that was where we like decided to start. Like I was there for like 4 weeks, and that's where we started our trip. And I stopped at a like gas station to fill up, and I heard some guy like talking about like this cult, like, and I dead serious. This guy was talking about like, hey, have you heard about this? Like, this is like just like a story that you need to like be aware of because I think he could tell my accent, right? He's like, you should know about this cult. I was like, what's like, who are they called? What are they called? And he's like, oh, he's like, you just got to be careful around here, man. You just got to be careful around here. That's all he kept telling me. And I haven't done any more research on it, but I
Uh,
have heard about this cult thing.
Here, I'll give it to you. Yeah, it's called the 12 Tribes. They run a cafe that everyone loves called the Yellow Deli, and right outside of Sydney. And that's kind of where they recruit. It's very interesting. Vice and a few other people did some pretty big articles on this in the past. I
What?
don't know what the state of the cult is, quote unquote, today. I'd be curious to see it, but there's
So that
quite a
guy
few.
was just fucking with me then, is all he was doing.
I mean,
It's
it's
very
interesting. I mean, it is kind of funny because like no one really knows what this cult actually is, right? But like, here's like a more recent one, and there's like a podcast series about it, which is kind of interesting. And like, no one knows like what's actually happening. It's called Inside the Tribe. Here's like an article about it. Let me see if I can get it. Let me find the
you always
actual.
find a we always find a way to market tribe into our sections, don't we?
Exactly, right? Like these guys were the inspiration of the tribe name, which is and it's funny because like all the locals just tell you like, guys, the Yellow Deli is great, just don't get recruited by them. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's weird. That's what they tell me. It's like, yeah, just go get their food, but don't listen to them and don't take any pamphlets. I'm like, why are you supporting it? They're like, oh, the
I mean,
food's just too good.
if the food's good enough, fuck it, right?
I'm like, bro, like that's crazy. Like you could just see like every I don't know major like cult or terrorist
So awesome.
organization. If the food was good enough, people would tolerate it. Is what
I
it
mean,
seems like. But it is pretty
if you
funny as
could,
well.
the things I would do for some good Mexican right now, I would sign a cult. I would sign up to a cult right
You, bro, just call up the Yellow Deli and be like, hey. I'm willing to work my weekends here if you put together a decent
now.
guacamole, some good
Please.
chicken burrito or pork burrito, whatever you're going with. It is interesting though. I always love hearing about these like little stories about cults and in different places
Yeah.
here as well. So I mean, we've built our cult here. I mean, we're more cultish than the tribe. We have cloaks
Oh,
on, right? So we're pretty much at
I
that
mean,
level here as well.
yeah, I agree, and I'm proud of it. You know?
Now let's go recruit. That's what you guys all gonna do next.
Join us for our next live event called "Sip the Kool Aid" with Saint and Mirror.
Oh god, I love it. All right, guys, I gotta run in a few minutes, but before I do that, let's give out a happy birthday relic out for our boy here, Mirror. So if you guys want to head to the
That's
secret
awesome.
chamber, yeah, secret chamber here. It's gonna be literally called the Happy Birthday Mirror. I'll give you some time here as well. The password is going to be a word, right? You got to learn how to spell this word. It is the quote of the week. I am average everywhere. So the password is average. 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 If you're struggling with it, just go into the chat. I'm typing it in. You could just grab that and add it in. You still got 15 seconds, so you could be able to do it here as well. Uh, Mira, I'm glad you're able to share some time here with your happy birthday. I'll give you the stage back, and you can kind of close up whenever you'd like, man. But thanks for letting me hop on as well.
No, man, this was awesome. It was a good change of pace, and I appreciate you coming up on stage and chatting a bit. I'm probably going to be online until I either can't talk anymore or feel like passing out. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer. Did you know that one of these events went 4 hours once?
I heard that last time. Y'all are crazy, man. Like, I mean, it's crazy because we do all these different ones, so definitely enjoy it. If you want to go break a record, go break a
I'm not
record.
doing that. Not tonight. Now I got to coach tomorrow. But we have a good time here, so I
You have to
appreciate you
what? You have
coming
to
up as
coach?
well.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah. I'm volunteering to coach my daughter in basketball tomorrow. She's starting up
Oh,
basketball. Yeah,
well, hopefully, how old's your daughter, if you don't mind me asking?
yeah. She just turned 5, so
Oh, so it's
she's
gonna be a total
watch.
shit game where no one's gonna score anything, but it'll
Oh,
be fun.
we're not even gonna play a game. I'll be happy if they can tie their shoes and dribble a bit.
It's always fun to watch. Like, I have a godson in the U.S. and like they always invite me to stuff, and it's funny. Like they're like, "Oh, he's playing basketball." I'm like, "He's like 4 years old." I'm like, "What the hell are they playing? The basketball's
Yeah,
bigger."
right.
I go to the
They
game and they're just like tripping over the ball. They like are like
mm,
throwing it up. Two kids are fighting each other in the corner, and then one's gonna try to hug his mom. I'm like, this is
yeah.
not the basketball I grew up with, but it was
I
still super cute. It was fun to see it. So I'm sure you're gonna have a fun time, but you shouldn't call it
yeah,
they shouldn't call it basketball. They should call it like, hey, a basketball will be
exercise.
in the vicinity, but everything else will go to shit.
Come to the basketball course and we'll see what happens.
Exactly, man. Well, hope you have fun, man. I'll let you go.
I will,
Continue
man.
on, man. Thanks, everyone here. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. See ya. That was a very a nice shift and a huge one of the huge bonuses of having Saint in Europe. He's able to. Usually, when I would have this, it would be like dead ass in the middle of his like 2 hour sleep window, which is I think he sleeps from 3 till 5 in the morning usually, and then he's working the rest of the other hours of the day. So it's awesome that we were able to get him to join these. I think he was here last week as well. He didn't join me up on stage, but he was in. And I think one thing that's really really cool about this specific event is like it's completely different than everyone else. It allows us to like take a breath, from fucking the insane amount of awesome information that we're able to take from Saints insights and learn from partnerships as well. Excuse me, sorry. And just kind of like realize like, hey, we're fucking humans here, right? Like let us not forget that we're not just like a bunch of wallets and um, anonymous people. And we have found out that there's a lot of anonymous people running a lot of alt accounts, but I think we're pretty happy with where we're tackling that mission. But um, it's really cool to just connect with you all. Like I was thinking about this. It was when my wife was she was getting a manicure. It's like it's her birthday or something. Uh, and 35 is like hitting me funny. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like 35 is like, and not in a way where it's like, oh, I'm getting old and I'm gonna die soon. It's more of like, holy shit! Like I have been out of high school for 17 years, and I am living a completely different life, right? And I was thinking about like all the different stages of my life and what are some of the things that have stuck with me. Like not stuck with me that has made me the person who I am today, but stuck with me in memories, right? And like I thought about my early school ages and about the people who influenced me, and that's one stage, right? And then I got to high school, and like all the influences from music and sports and the focus on achieving things in high school, getting to college, like that whole craziness, right? And getting to college and under like experiencing freedom and uh, uh, finding even like music was a common theme for me. I can connect music to a different timeline. I don't think I'm original there, but music is like obviously a very easy way for people to connect to their past. But like college was like new music, new mirror, right? Uh, Experiences that I never had before, independence, opportunities, right? And then college ended and then real life hits, and then you think about all those experiences of figuring out adulthood, right? And so like I was thinking like what's my 30s gonna be like, and there's no doubt that like this is gonna be something that I'm gonna like when I'm 50, right? I'm gonna think about when I was 35 and what I was doing, right? And like this is gonna be a huge part of that. I'm gonna think about the times that I was fucking online with in a Discord. Like people are gonna look back at what we're doing right now, 15 years from now, and be like, these guys are fucking ridiculous, right? Like, what do you guys remember when people would hang out on Discord and like talk on audio chat? Like, what a bunch of fucking losers, right? But like, we're gonna be like, I'm gonna look back on that and be like, hey, we were like I was on like the cutting edge of something pioneerish, right? And like it living in the wild west of whatever Web3 was at the time. And Web3 might be like a joke at that time. I don't think it is, but like it's gonna be like such an I'm gonna look back on this time of my life and be like, I did something that was so memorable with a group of people who are like-minded, who were like ready to like push the envelope of what was like quote unquote normal, right? And that this is going to be a memory that sticks with me for like ever and ever and ever, which is really cool, right? Like I get to, and I thank all of you who are here for that. Like I'm not getting choked up. I just need a drink. But like, how cool is it to, it's the uniqueness, right? It's not the mundane. This is different. This is, uh, this can be categorized as special, and that's the things that last throughout your lifetime. And I sound old as fuck right now, and I don't really care. Like if you're not as old as me, and I once was not as old as I am, that's how age works. But like it's when you're 20 you don't think about this shit. When you're 25 you don't think about this shit. I actually don't think at 35 you're supposed to think about this shit, but I'm a very deep thinker. Not trying to brag, but that's just how my brain works. I think about shit all the fucking time. And I have been finding myself very, very happy with my decision to not only take a punt at what Web3 is, um, but being able to attach myself to what I think is going to go down as one of the most amazing experiences of my lifetime, specifically career wise, but also um, socially. Like you think about let me rewind the clock again once a bit, right? I remember I thought about all this shit today, and this is just to give you some insight into I can't, Virgilius, I can't. But so my wife, Virgilius, this is going to give you a perfect insight of who I am as a human, and it's ugly, so just prepare. My wife was getting a manicure, right? And I was thinking about all that shit that I just said, and then I was also thinking about the modes of communication, right? That I have had throughout my life. And I specifically remember when I was, I think I was around like 9 or 10, and my grandma had a computer, and you could connect and kind of like experience what that was, right? And then that computers kind of took like a whole, like there was computers before that, but like useful computers were there. And then I remember the AOL days, right? AOL Messenger, dial in, everyone knows the fucking ringtone. You couldn't use the phone if you were using the internet, right? And you would connect, and then you'd have an opportunity to talk to your friends. And you would tell your friends that day, like, hey, I'm gonna fucking like make sure that the phone is not gonna be used between 8 and 9. Let's all hop on there, right? So that was really cool. And and then the next step for me was like, I would say that the next step from that to that I can specifically remember, and what I did remember was like cell phone use, right? So I got a cell phone. You could send text messages, right? And you could, if you were like me, I grew up quite like I didn't have a lot of money growing up. The only reason why I say that is because it's important for the story. Um, you had to wait for a certain time for text messages to be free, right? And so I would like wait till the fucking end of the day to be able to like send free text messages. I think it was like after like 9 or something, way past my bedtime. But I was able to get a phone and was able to like text people, right? So I remember specifically in 8th grade, I went to a I've always been really good at basketball. Okay. And I there was a girl at an opposing school who like um thought that I was cute or whatever. I don't remember. She gave me her phone. I was on the bus after we beat their team, right? I had my window down. She handed her phone number up on a piece of paper through the bus window. And she was really cute. I will have to say that. And and so I get back home and I had my phone and I remember messaging her, right? Like so like this is just a communication thing, right? So like I can specifically remember like that moment of like this is such a unique way to connect with people, to be able to have an opportunity to talk to someone, it was like 30 miles away, right? And like have a connection, right? And then the next thing came was MySpace. Remember MySpace? And MySpace was like this was like a fucking game changer, right? I have always been a lame ass email account guy. I'll talk on that later. But okay, so MySpace came around. You had your like top eight, right? Oh, MSN was there too. MSN was around the same time as AOL, wasn't it? Or no? Yeah, okay. Yeah, everyone was asking ASL and that shit. But so MySpace came around. You started to form your like online identity there, right? Like you could play your favorite music. You could decorate the uh, background of the site. You could add descriptions, whatnot, so forth, and you could do your top eight, right? And then the whole thing was like, oh, who's in my top eight? Oh my gosh, why did you move me down one? That was like no offense to women, but that was mainly the girls in the class that were doing that. The dudes set their top eight, never saw it again. But the thing that was really interesting was like, okay, I see all of these people at school every day, and our relationships are like this. But when we get online, our relationships like this. Completely, not completely different, but different, right? So MySpace happens. I remember MySpace. I can connect to a time when MySpace was a thing, right? And then Facebook happens, right? And then that's when shit blows up. We're all connecting online, blah 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 blah. I look back at some of my old Facebook posts. I want to fucking kill myself. Uh, Sorry if that offends anyone. I should probably be a little bit careful there because that is a very serious topic, and I have some history in mental health. So please know that I take that seriously. I'm just joking around a little bit here, but Facebook was absolutely insane. Like I remember being next to my best friend at the time, and we were messaging each other on Facebook, like on our front profile pages of like, hey, what's up? And he'd be like, hey, not much. And like, do you want to like hang out or something? And then they'd be like, sure, right? Like we were just like messing around, like, and then we were like give each other shit over Facebook. And I remember that, like I can specifically remember that, and to a specific time. And then I got to college, and then that's where online gaming. I shouldn't say that. Online game happened probably later in my high school years into college, where I could put on a headset and talk to people all around the world without dialing a number, without doing anything on a computer, right? Well, games are consoles are a computer, right? But like I remember from the ages of 16 to 24, an insane amount of gaming, an insane amount of connecting to people all around the world for the very first time. That's where it really expanded for me, because even on Facebook and MySpace, it would still be my close friends. Mine was World of Warcraft too, T please, 100%. Um, and that was a game changer, right? And now, and then for a while, it was stagnant. Like Counter Strike, Counter Strike was my first one. I take it back. Counter Strike was my first one. I did play Counter Strike in high school. However, back to where I was going, and I think this is going to lead me to my final thing. And sorry if this was a bit of a spiel, but it's where my brain was today. Um, and then I feel like there was a lull. Like gaming opened up things, and people were able to connect in different variations of what online stuff meant. I haven't yet, Enzo. I will look at that. I am going to watch that. I promise you. I absolutely love that game. Um, and then 4 or 5 years ago, Discord happened, and I started hanging out with people on Discord, talking games. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like, kind of a throwback text chat, but set up in a completely unique way. And then all of a sudden, like, fucking Web3 happened. Web Web3 and this Discord experience, connecting like this. This is like AOL Messenger for me. Like you had the phone, and then all of a sudden you have dial-in internet opportunity to talk to whoever you want to all over the world. Like completely eye-opening experience. And I think the reason why this is so different is because there's a sense of um, like-mindedness, but also um, hmm, don't want to be lame and say community, because that's not it. It's what's the word? Take it easy, Virgilius. Have a good sleep, man. Wow, it feels different, right? It feels like we're here for something. Degenerate? Yes, we are all degenerate. But it feels like we're, yeah, kind of. Movement is interesting. It's like we're here to change something. What was my AAM name? My AAM name was, I can't say it because it'll dox me. I was so lame with names back then. My best friend, my best friend's AIM name was I like guys in peanut butter. Mine was my first name, my last name, and JR because I'm a junior. It was no crit. Steven, one thing I do not have in my repertoire is creativity, in the sense of practicality. Like if practicality outweighs creativity, I'll just be practical. Not a good thing or a bad thing for me. It just is what it is. All right, y'all. Chat amongst yourself. I do have to use the restrooms. Restrooms. I'm going to use two of them. This one. I'm back. What is your real name, Mirror? My real name is Michael. I'm actually not afraid of doxing myself. I've actually doxed myself multiple times in Web3. I don't get what like Michael Scott. Like I'm not. How do I want to say this? Maybe I shouldn't dox. Maybe I haven't thought about this enough, but I don't give a shit if you guys know who I am. Why the fuck do I care? It is. No doubt. Like I don't care what if people know who I am. I hope you know who I am. Like I don't need to blast it from like my username because I actually love the name. One thing I'm really social security social security number actually could be useful for people in America because I don't use it anymore. So if you really want to take my shit, go ahead. I don't care. Um, drop a birthday picture. Then nah. See, like okay. So this is my perspective on doxing. Uh, I think one day it's going to be very very normal for us all to be doxed on this platform. Okay. Right now, that's not that time, and I think that's cool. You did actually get to see. I forgot about that. Um, but um, this space isn't going to be healthy until we start doxing ourselves. But I think what's really unique about right now is we don't have to, right? So in a pinch, I can show you who I am and I don't care. I can tell you who I am and I don't care. If I don't need to, it's so much more fun to escape life and do this, right? Did they refuse to dox Enria? I didn't. I honestly, one thing you need to, if a project doesn't partner with us, I don't look at it ever again. Pretty much is how my approach is. It's cool, right, Elisa? Like it's cool that I can I can come on to this and be myself, but also be someone else at the same time. So, um, no, they said like we don't want to see. Okay, I think the right approach to the whole docs or on docs thing is be comfortable with the fact that you're doxing yourself, but you don't need to shout it from the rooftops. If your community's demanding you that you dox, I don't fuck that. Like, who cares, right? Like that's not their place to do that because if if the shoe were on the other foot, they probably wouldn't like it because the people who are asking these founders to dox won't dox themselves, right? And I understand that more responsibility lies on the feet of the founders. But like, who the fuck are you to like tell? Sorry, I'm getting real for a second, but who the fuck are you to like tell me to dox myself when you're fucking sitting there with a fake name from who God knows where? Like, fuck off. Like, you're the wrong. You have the wrong perspective on what this is. You have the wrong perspective on what this whole space is right now. It's not about being doxed or not. It's about being able to deliver value. And doxing does not deliver value. Doxing can make people feel better about an investment, sure. But it's been proven time and time again that being undoxed can still be a successful way of providing value to Web3 and into an NFT project. So, so if you've gotten to the point where you're demanding a team to dox, that project is already dead because they haven't delivered on value. They're only going to ask us to dox ourselves if we're fucking delivering value for you over and over and over again, right? Yeah. Honestly, like it's fucking crazy, but like in a very, very weird way, Saint and I are quite similar. Like, he's way more intelligent than I am and way more capable, uh, and I'm very happy to admit that. But, like, we do view a lot of things on a casual level similarly. Yeah, for sure. More curiosity than are you talking about the ether stuff, Cat? Where they just gen but the problem with that is the reason why the curiosity happened is because the value of the perspective value of what was happening and the real value of what was happening in ether uh, was down, right? Steven, I appreciate you telling me that you love me for me. Someone mentioned that I should try like some type of thing to reset myself. What was that? That caught my eye, but I was in the middle of a spiel. Hold on, let me. I can't find it. If anyone's still around, yeah. I don't know if I want to reset myself. I'll be honest with you. I had a reset. Oh no, I don't need to be honest. I've already told this story. Um, I don't feel like I need a reset. I feel like the way that my brain is working is the way that it should have been working for such a long time. That's a very deep way of saying it. Like, I feel like I didn't give a shit for a while in my life, and then I had a fucking health scare like crazy. What do you mean by a reset then? You never think I don't think about my brain, but actually, I must think about my brain. I do think about my brain. I just said, yeah, I do. I actually do think about my brain. I never thought about that, but I do. Revert back to factory function. See, I don't want to though, because then I'm gonna. I don't know. That worries me because I'm in a very Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have some. I'm full on as far as Steven, you gotta wrap my head around this. So is the idea a reset of losing everything that isn't necessary in the brain? Is that kind of what you're saying? Not just the brain, but in who you are as a person, like all the extra shit that's weighing on you, and then like you can reset back to like the foundations of who you are. Is that the gist of things? Have to make room for new memory. Sorry, I'm just giving Stephen a chance to respond because I'm genuinely curious on. And Junka, how are you liking Australia so far? Has Canberra grown on you at all? Fucking would be really tough, honestly, like coming here for 4 months. Like there's no reason for you to become attached, right? But you're also in a whole new world. So I don't know. I'm not on the whole ayahuasca thing because when I dive into actual research about that, like a lot of the evidence is saying that it's more of a short-term fix rather than something that's useful. Doesn't scare me. Doesn't scare me. It's just more of like, is it worth it? Is it something that's actually going to have a long-term impact on how I see things? And where I think something like mindfulness and meditation is much more effective than ayahuasca form of that. I think if I do the other stuff right, I don't need the recorded stuff. But I'm totally open to those things. But from what I've been able to read, it just doesn't seem as though efficacy wise, it's not worthwhile. The nature here is beautiful. What the fuck is an alkaline diet? No, I don't want to look it up. I want you to tell me. It's an ego death, for instance. I probably. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry to hear that. Okay, hold on. I just want to read this to make sure. So, how does the reset happen? Sorry for your loss, obviously, and I like to hear how effective this is. But how do you do that? Like, what's the strat? Yeah, okay. You need to really. Oh, okay. It's a balanced diet. I fucking suck at diets. I have to be honest. Like, I just fucking eat what I want to eat. It's not good for me, and I could probably see some value of a better diet, but I just suck at that. I have a fast metabolism. I've always been able to eat whatever I want, and that's what I do. But Steven, but what is the practice that allows for the reset is what I'm wondering. Like, how do I do that? Not saying that I want to, but I'm curious because okay, so obviously when I went through like that health scare, I went through a lot of. I mean, I have history in mental health and uh, behavioral therapy specifically, but I went to a therapist for quite some time because I was questioning a lot of things. Oh, okay, got it. That's what I was looking for. Interesting. I think that I think that my perspective on life ever since I got really sick and was genuinely fearful of my life at some point. Waking up from that um, was a huge reset, and I know it's not the same way, but it was kind of. I'll be honest. The person that I was before that versus the person I am now was there's foundational things there, but there's also a lot of different perspectives, right? And the new version of myself is hmm, more appreciative rather than focused. Yeah, that sounds good, Stephen. I appreciate that, man. This is very interesting to me. But like, I don't think that there's the old me before I got really sick. I had my brain shut off all the time. Like I could go fucking days without motivation or like not motivation, but just like lack of actual pursuing of goals, right? Where now it's like I value unique experiences and opportunities to experiencing something new and putting myself out there and working hard to getting to where I need to be and I actually have really strong stances on specific outlooks on life and what I think is quote unquote right or wrong. Doesn't mean that I'm right or wrong, but what I value is very clear to me now. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm a couple whiskeys deep, and to be very, very clear, I had like 4 or 5 beers before hopping on here. Does that make sense though? Like, I don't know. Anyways, um, yeah, that's tragic. I don't know. I don't know what I would. Hey guys, total sidetrack here, but guess what? Your boy Mirror found out that his boy, Mirror's brother, is having a baby to this week. So exciting, Uncle Mirror. So excited about that. Steven, see, like, okay, interesting, totally interesting, right? But like, does that person have kids, ties to it? See, like, I always read those stories in like full transparency. I feel like, yeah, that's very convenient for people who potentially don't have a lot of things to tie them down specifically. Not saying that it's something they're missing out on, but something that links them to something that they can't escape. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm so excited. Like my brother, he uh me and him are very similar in age. He's 13 months younger than me. And no, no, he lives in Wisconsin still. He lives in Madison. All my whole entire family, besides one random group of people, live in Ohio, but everyone else lives in Wisconsin. Like both my grandparents, all my aunts and uncles, uh, literally all of my aunts and uncles, which is like fucking 9 or 10 of them, all my cousins. No one ever like one thing you if you didn't grow up in the Midwest, one thing you'll know is like fucking no one leaves. Like you just kind of you fall in line, and there's nothing. One thing that I've really learned moving across the world, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I used to think there was. No joke. I always I never really fit in there in a weird way. Like I was always a deeper thinker. I was always I don't know. It didn't always click. But now that I've moved away, I see such value in just appreciating things, appreciating simple things, appreciating being close to family, appreciating having friends that you've known your whole life, appreciate the comfortable situation of uh, knowing exactly where you are and being right where you have been and always have been. There's a lot of value to that, and I've learned that since I've made my decision to move across the world. It's fucking it's invaluable. You know, I sit across the world, and I there's times where I'd give anything to just be flat-footed back in Wisconsin in the small town I grew up in, because that's where your whole everything started. You know what I mean? Um, but I wouldn't trade any of it for the world because now I've got this amazing opportunity to grow a family here and raise two beautiful kids with a beautiful wife and make memories here. But the point is like it's really interesting to reflect on what matters and what doesn't matter. Let's try both. I actually we're that's definitely on both my wife and I's list is to we're gonna get a place in Wisconsin so that we can always have a place to visit when we want to. There's really good rental opportunities there too. Um, Different areas around the lakes and stuff. Like Wisconsin is actually a huge travel destination for Chicago residers and stuff. Easy to rent out summertime. Yeah, super easy. Steven, one thing I wanted to ask you is like, do you really date an ex or current Minnesota Vikings cheerleader? Because Saint dropped that knowledge on me today. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know if Steven's married or not. I didn't want to assume. I shouldn't have said date though. A date's assuming. Wait, she wasn't. That was all the same person. Oh, okay, got it. Wait, she was a cheerleader for the Vikings for 7 years, or just a cheerleader? And don't get me wrong, just a cheerleader is one thing, but that's crazy. First of all, I hate the Vikings, so I hate your wife. And since you married a Vikings fan, I fucking hate you, kind of. But it's fine. I'm gonna allow it. Uh, if you aren't familiar, I grew up in Wisconsin. I'm a huge Packers fan, and the Vikings and Packers hate each other. So I know Steven would get that joke, but I'm sure a lot of you wouldn't. See, at PAO, see that's the side of me that people don't see. The mirror picture is me. See, Steven hates me too. See, when I read that, you guys read, I do hate the Packers. I read, I fucking hate Mirror so much. I hope he fucking, I hope that cheese head melts all over his face. It's going to be an interesting season. I know this is going to be a snooze factory for some people. Okay, Steven, I am not going to be back in the States for the next football season, so can't happen next year. Because I'm coming in the summer. I'm planning a trip for summer next year. My shitty stadium. Oh, I went to college at University of Wisconsin Green Bay, and I would tailgate every fucking game, mainly because I was too poor to get into the real game, but also it was way more fun to get drunk outside of the game. But don't ever call Lambeau Field a shitty stadium. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, sure, comfort wise, and realistic wise, but like it says a lot about the Vikings, though, dude. Like, you live in a cold environment and you have to get a dome. Like, you're kind of soft. You're just kind of soft. All right, no one else is gonna get this stuff, so we should move on. It's not a dome anymore. I swear I thought it was a retractable dome. Why did I think that? Is the Twin Stadium a retractable dome? Or oh, so you're making the difference between a dome and uh indoor playing experience, maybe. I feel like my mind's a bit blank on exactly. Yeah. Okay, got it. And Junko, you're not a sports guy, huh? It's got giant doors that open. Yeah, I gotcha. So practically an indoor environment in a cold environment because your team's soft. I gotcha. It's okay. It's fine. Anyways, um, so we're guys. Here's a whole nother topic. I've been going down an a rabbit trail of new music. They're fun, Steven. They are fun. Now, I'm not going to share my music because I think that's not a lot of people care about that. But I've been trying to revamp my music tastes. Not my music taste, my what I'm listening to. Just I need new shit, right? Who has some upbeat type stuff, like stuff to get me like excited. Music is good. I mean, it's really hard to argue against music. Listen to Coaline. All right. So I'm going to take a list here. Codaline. Codaline. Is that a experimental drug? Or Tell me about Codaline is an Irish rock band. Hmm, interesting. Okay, they're on my list. Google Google FIFA 23 soundtracks. Are you serious? And I'm not laughing because I think it's funny. I'm laughing because I think that's awesome. Lo-fi jazz. Mac Miller. I like Mac Miller. I've always wanted to get into jazz. I took jazz in college, no joke, an intro to jazz class because I'm like, this shit is fucking dope, right? And ooh, Perov Stellar. It's electro swing. Now that sounds sick. I'm taking that down for sure. Nice. All right, people are giving me lots of stuff. This is so good. I'm literally keeping notes on all of these. What was I just saying before that? Oh yeah, I took an intro to jazz course because I'm like, I want to fucking learn what this is all about because I like the idea of like jazz to me is like totally can be totally improvised, right? Like, well, all music can be improvised, but it feels like jazz can be like totally improvised. And like a guy can just like start with the drums like right, and then like all of a sudden like guy with the trumpet can be like and like all of a sudden they're like playing like these things together and it's like and then all of a sudden it morphs into like this completely new experience. Like I like the different various instruments that go into that where it's like when you have a guitar, a bass guitar and drums and it feels the same a bit, right? Like you can always kind of like pick, but like with jazz it's like wow, that's like fucking like crazy that all these different instruments can melt together. And I took the intro to jazz course and the instructor fucking bored me to death and I that was the end of it for me. So obviously it wasn't a passion, but I always appreciated jazz. I just have never experienced it. Here's a all right. Njunka wants to hear. Here's a new. I've been trying to like get into like rap a little bit again, like catch back up on the rap scene. So I do like rap. Here's a new song that I love. Oh, I love Metallica. My dad's favorite band, Metallica. And I grew up in like I legitimately grew up, guys. One thing you need to learn about I grew up in bars. Like 100%. Like I grew up in a small town in Wisconsin where my grandparents owned a bar, my uncle owned a bar, my other uncle owned a bar, and this was all within like a 20-minute drive from one another. When I was 3, I was crawling around bar floors. Like this isn't good, but like let me give you a picture of like my upbringing. Like wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, but not ideal. But Metallica was always playing, always. Metallica is like a part of who I am. Nice. Okay, best track. Got it. What's everyone's favorite band? I've got a. It's hard to pick one, right? But if I had to pick one, System of a Down. Wow, like it. Right, good. Breaking Benjamin. I forgot about Breaking Benjamin. Holy shit! Let me add that to my list. I actually that reminds me of my high school years, no doubt. 21 Pilots, good. Real Zybo, I don't know that one, but that's I'm gonna look that up. All time Oasis right now. Bring me the horizon. T, please. You have good taste. I love that. Well done. Panic at the Disco. Take time, cause I need to take time. Depeche Mode. So I actually have never listened to Depeche Mode purposefully. I might have on accident at this point, but I've heard great things. Avenged Sevenfold. I used to love Avenged Sevenfold. Talked about who? I actually saw Panic at the Disco in concert 2 or 3 times. Certain makes a lot. Queen's obviously you can't argue against Queen. My daughter loves Foo Fighters. Linkin Park was solid. I didn't love them, but solid. I don't know. I don't know singers by their first name basis. Who are you talking to? Talking about Crypto Goku. Is Matt the lead singer of Panic? Give me well. Oh, Avenged Sevenfold. Yeah. What was my favorite Avenged Sevenfold song? Hold on, I'll get it for you. Hmm. I was in Avenged Sevenfold a bit. They're into like Web3 too. I won't be able to find. They have more songs than I thought. Backcountry. Yeah, that's the one. My favorite band is The Killers, and no one's ever gonna top that. Um, my second favorite band is oh fuck, that's tough. I think this is gonna be surprising. Maybe not, but Stone Temple Pilots probably is my second favorite band. No worries, Straco. Thanks for showing up, man. Uh, who else do I like? I like Stone Temple Pilots. I like Jack Johnson. No, I didn't say 21 Pilots. I mean, they make okay music, but it's not great. Jack Johnson, solid. I love, who else do I like to listen to? Jack Johnson's absolutely a legend. Uh, Metallica is up there. I do listen to rap music. I do like rap music, but I like old school rap. Like, yeah, Band of Horses is solid. Amos Lee. I actually don't connect with Amos Lee so much, but yeah, he's a vibe. I get it. Just not my vibe, if that makes sense. Um, Sting, not a Sting. AC/DC, yeah. Can't hate any of those. He tries too hard, Dreadnought, feels like sometimes. Jason Mraz, fuck yes, Jason Mraz. Jaquan, boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and fuck yes, Guns N' Roses. Obviously, Guns N' Roses. Um, don't, who else? I gotta say, Pearl Jam's up there for me. I don't know if that makes me like a mid or whatever like the kids are saying these days, but man, they fucking put together some amazing music. You know who's a really fucking good band? Corn is the fucking really good band. No, hold on a second. I'll share a new band. I guarantee fucking you none of have heard of this one. One second. Let me see if I can find a link. Try, uh, I'm trying to figure out which song I want to share from them. I'll do a YouTube clip. This guy, no joke, has got to have the best, some of the best vocals I've fucking ever heard. Saw them live in music in in a festival, these dudes can absolutely crush. Tool is a great band. Chisholm. I gotta have another drink, guys. I'm 3 deep now. 3 whiskeys deep. No, 4 whiskeys deep. Shit, this is getting serious. So, all right, I'll be honest about Tool. Tool is solid, but overrated a little bit. Chevelle does not rule. Chevelle has a couple good songs. Young Gravy. Uh, my favorite my favorite rap song. I'll show you my favorite raps. Probably shouldn't be my favorite rap song, but it is. So just get over it. Jerks. Thank you, Dave. Thanks for the happy birthdays. Isn't music so crazy? Okay, does anyone else view music like this? I will listen to a music and I will say, that is a good song. And if anyone who thinks that's a fucking bad song is fucking doesn't get music, right? Okay. But then at the other end of it, these other people who like everyone else has their own favorite versions of what favorite songs are, right? And it's like so crazy that we can all connect on different levels on music. Like music is like the all greatness of all things, in my opinion. It's the greatest form of art ever. Yeah. I'm a fucking good song, Steven. Never been afraid to say what's on my mind with every single time of day, cause I'm a renegade. Black Keys. I saw the Black Keys multiple times in concert for sure. But this song, I'm telling y'all, like Deftones. Fuck yes, the Deftones. I this guy, I'm telling you, like I haven't been into the music rap scene for a long time. This dude just got signed by Eminem and Dr. Dre, first dude to get signed by the both of them since 50 Cent. This guy can put it down. He's Filipino. In his other songs, he like fucking goes back and forth from like rapping in English, rapping in Spanish, like popping back and forth, back and forth. Dude is fucking killer. I'm getting into it. I'm getting back into this like rap scene. I was listening to some like other like underground rappers and stuff. I'm getting back into the rap scene, no doubt. Same, Guru, but we shouldn't, right? Like everyone should have their one thing I'm learning, like I'm fucking stubborn as a mule, but I need to learn to be a little bit more like forgiving for people who like don't see things the way that I do. But that's a ever growing thing for all people, I think. See, rap shows don't interest me. Not at all. Not into it. Yeah, but like I think I'm too old. Up in Smoke was unreal, no doubt. Make sure you listen to the one that I just shared. Like if you like old school rap, like this dude like chucks it back a little bit. You can tell that he's got like some actual like hip hop to his game. 35 years young, no doubt. Eight guys, like age is just a number. Age is just a number, right? Do you guys think I should like I feel like I should be using that voice for voice acting in some sort of fashion. I like country. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like some country music. Oh my gosh, like guys, like, do you guys remember when we used to play like World of Warcraft and like we used to fucking like raid like fucking degens and just fucking collect the greatest like fucking weapons and armor and stuff. Like it's so awesome. Do I speak? I know how to speak some. It's really good, isn't it, Dread? Uh, I can speak some German, but I'll be honest, no. Oh my gosh, Moise had. Imagine just like joining the VC now with Mirror, like doing that voice. Like, oh my god, what a fucking loser. Oh man, fun. You guys should have heard me pre-gaming the Sergeant Vega Quasarion voice. I was all over the place trying to figure out what voice to land on. Ich dein Schnitzel, sonst gibt es keinen Nachtisch. How was I? Was that close? Did I like do okay? I feel like that wasn't bad. Yeah. I know how to like I can read German really, really well, but like fluently I can't. I can't I can't show up in Germany and be like, give me a beer. I could say that, but I Limp Bizkit, rocking them. Oh man, Papa Roach. Papa Roach probably didn't belong on that group, but they had some bangers back then. Limp Bizkit was one of my favorite bands back in the day. Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Fucking great album. A Scottish King. Haha. Had to go. You guys still here? I do miss music videos for sure. You know what music video like made me? I was listening to music video. So weird that you say that. I was watching music videos the other day, and this music video was the first music video I had ever seen in my life, and it like changed my life. Just absolute classic. And that song, that song right there is a top 10 song for me, all time. Potentially top 5. Sometimes I feel like I don't have problems. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. What a fucking tune. Yeah, but see, okay, so in joke, I actually used to think that way, and I actually respect the shit out of it because like they're representing like something, right? Dirty Head, oh my god. They're not my all-time favorite shit, but there was one song from the Dirty Heads I actually really, really liked. I bet you know it because it's probably their most popular one. I am not a good actually, I'm not a bad singer, I would say, much like the rest of me, I'm average at singing. Oh, now you're gonna make me look it up. It's a lot, man. My life's hard enough the way it is. Probably, hmm. I feel like it was an older song. No, I don't know. I think it's Lifespan. No, 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 no. That ain't right. That ain't right. No, no. I don't know. I'd have to hear it, and I can't hear it while I talk to you. So there goes my life. Saint in the house, still going, just taking the piss. Now you are Australian in Junka. We're talking about favorite music. Saint. And that's like the most fucking lame ass topic of all time, but it's actually working. I know you really enjoyed. I actually started listening to it because I never had before. Frank Ocean, Blonde, I believe is your favorite album, and I listened to it probably 2 weeks ago, and I did enjoy it.
Yeah, love me some Frank Ocean, man. Frank Ocean's great. I'm a hip hop, trip hop type of guy. I lean towards that. I
Nice,
love a lot of other genres. I could pretty much appreciate any genre except country.
same.
I'll probably hate on country for sure.
I can even do country sometimes. I
Bro,
grew up
you
in
got
Wisconsin though, so you got to give me some. You got to
that's
understand.
fair. That's fair. It's in your blood. Because what else are you
Yeah,
gonna do out there outside of listening to bad music in Wisconsin?
agreed. It was either 80s rock or like 90s country. So
Nice,
it's part
nice.
of who I am. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
if
I
you're
I actually I've been
no,
diving
go
into
ahead.
the rap scene again a little bit. Do you listen to have you ever heard of Easy Mill? I'm sure you have because you're into the rap scene more than I am. But he just
I
got signed by like Eminem and Dr. Dre for like the first signing since 50 Cent.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm super I'm turning into that old guy who's like, "Oh, rap these days ain't like the good old days," right? Like
Same.
I'm like one generation behind, so I'm like, Kendrick Lamar, Lupe Fiasco,
Yeah.
Killer Mike, those are kind of where I'm more focused on. I don't
Yeah.
know a lot of the stuff in the new game. I'm a little bit behind.
Dude, I was 5 to 10 years. I was like Lil Wayne, fucking like uh what was I listening to the other day that was like I was just blasting in my car and I could tell everyone in Australia thought I was an absolute idiot. Hold on, let me see what that song was.
I hope it was
I
Lollipop.
have a
Was
whole
Lil Wayne Lollipop with Static Major still one of the greatest songs of all time?
my I cannot get away from Go DJ with him. Oh no, I was listening to Freaks and Geeks by Childish Gambino, which
Yeah,
is
I love
slightly
Childish.
newer but still old school. So
Yeah,
good,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
But
he's still great,
but
bro. I mean, even Awaken was a
yeah,
great one, and he had a
yeah.
I think Childish Gambino is one of the most talented humans in the world. Like, Atlanta's a
Oh my
wonderful
gosh, he's
series.
crazy.
Community, his character on Community with Abed is one of the best comedy, like, duos out there, and then
Yeah.
dude can really put out some decent rhymes, like, decent bars, like, I mean, like, America is one of the best
Mm.
songs, like, honestly, in a long, long time, like, that thing goes hard.
Oh, for sure. I I was listening to that. Hold on, let me just share this link with you because I think you might appreciate it. This is the new guy that Eminem has signed with Dre for the first like it's huge news. And actually, like I was like, oh, he's probably gonna fucking suck. Like this dude's kind of legit in my opinion. But I was listening to, and this might flow right into like our age range. But do you remember Big Timers Still Fly?
Of course, that's one of the classic songs of all time. Gator
Oh my
boot
gosh, dude.
with my pimped out
With the
Gucci
pimped out
suit. Yeah,
Gucci
good
suit.
shit.
Oh my gosh. I was driving to go pick up my kids from daycare and I was like, I've had enough with today. Just blasting that. And like Australians are like looking at me like, what the fuck? Like, what are you listening to? Like they don't appreciate like if they like rap, it's either high level like the most pop stuff, or it's like Australian version of rap, which is actually pretty quality. Like if you actually listen to some of the Australian rappers coming up, they're fun to listen to, but they're not like plugged into like what 90s rap was like we probably were. But yeah, you should check out that link from Easy Mill. Like he's pretty fun. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll always listen to something new. Like, I aim to listen to, like, one new artist a week, and I listen to a whole
Yeah.
album. So I'm a weird dude. I only like albums. I don't like I
Dude, me too.
so you gotta
That's
be
why I like the
great.
Killers so much.
Yeah, you gotta put great albums together for me to care, and that's why, like, I'm talking with Jeff right here, is like, I love J. Cole, No Role Models, one of the best songs. Dude, even J. Cole had some amazing bangers on his mixtape side. I still love Young Simba. Like, there's some good stuff, but
Mm,
Bro's never put together a full album for me that I would rate like on an 8 out of 10 or higher. And it's so
yeah.
disappointing, right? Because like same thing, like I like Chance the Rapper, but bro, like outside of his mixtape, Acid Rap, like he's
Mm,
really fell flat with his debut album, which is disappointing. So that's kind of where like I'm a big fan of like trying to find artists that can put complete stuff together. The artist that I'm very into female vocalists at the moment right now. Like I love
okay.
there's a few that are great. FKA Twigs is one of my favorites. SZA is one of my favorites, but I just got introduced to this girl. Her name is Raye, Raye, and she had a really big song with 070 Shake called Escapism. But let me see if I can find Raye's album. She's like super emotional. She really talks. She's now an independent artist. It's like a pop, trip hop kind of vibe to it. And I was listening to this. This was really good. And then the new Killer Mike album's amazing. And it's got a
Yeah, I
great
started
feature
listening to
from
that
Andre
today.
3000.
Yeah, I started listening to that Killer Mike album today, actually. And the fact that Andre 3000 made an appearance fucking blew my mind because he's
ATL.
outrageously talented as well.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
represent the ATL there. So Andre's on almost every Killer Mike album. And also, this is
Mm,
why I know Andre has good taste. He's also like on almost every Frank Ocean album, which is also
mm.
amazing. He has some of the best features. Like, I really hope Andre 3000 is cooking some album way back there. I doubt
Could
it
you
though, but
imagine?
like, dude's a treasure.
Well, yeah, he like he had his like prime during like the perfect years for I can't remember how old you are, but I feel like you're similar in age. But like he had like the perfect prime during our appreciation for what probably rap was. And then like but he still goes down as like a top 10 rap artist for sure. Like all day every day. And I don't think he's like had the career that a lot of like he went into acting for a little bit. He kind of did like his own shit for a little bit outside of the rap game, but like everything he's ever touched is always really good, which is like super valuable. And I think that's why like I was really interested by this Easy Meal guy because I know like everything that M and Dre are gonna touch is gonna like find some way to like some interesting perspective or like artistic lens. And so I'm trying to like dive in early. I'm trying to maybe it's 35 hitting me and I'm trying to like be young again, but I'm trying to like get connected back with like the rap scene and seeing what's coming up.
Yeah, there's always good talent. Don't get me wrong. There's like there's always great singles. I'm trying to see new artists that are willing to do good albums, and that's like the problem about like the music culture today is that it's actually not profitable to
Yeah.
give to actually do albums anymore. It is streaming and singles and playing like club tour scenes as well. So that art's kind of
Mm.
dying away, which is interesting, right? And because of that, right, like I'm kind of curious on what new artist breaks through again, because like I view this as like a composition of like an entire art portfolio of someone's career. Like I love going through like love him or hate him. I know Kanye has gone crazy, but
Dude, I
it
love Kanye West. There's nothing that you can do to tell me that that dude is not one of the most talented people in the world.
exactly. And what I love is that you have albums of him that really describe his, point of thinking and his deep views. He had his, young chip on his shoulder, initial couple albums. He has this kind of breakout album, where, he gets all of his fans. He then goes through Heartbreak and goes through a very weird stage in 808 and Heartbreaks, which is still a slept on album. I know it's not what consumers wanted at
Agreed.
that time, but still a
Totally
great
agree.
album. And then, he bounces back, does some larger stuff for the wider market, and then goes hard and dark with Yeezus, which again, I still think is a slept on album. It's probably the closest like metal rap album I would like. Like it's not metal by any means, but it's got metal tones to it, which I really
Mm,
like. And it's just it has a total different jagged vibe. And again, during that whole era, he puts, I think, a top 5 album of all time in My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, without a doubt. Like pure art. He did like there's a whole like 38-minute movie or something like that for that whole album. And the crazy thing is, if you read the stories about how My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy was like created, it was straight up done in like a couple of weeks by renting a mansion in Hawaii and just flying everyone in. Like it was just like a
really?
period of magic creativity where he just had everyone come in and he just like knocked it out. Like he got like 90% of the album done in those couple of weeks. There's some great
That's
stories
wild.
about it, and it's just beautiful on that front. So love it. Also, shout out to Crypto Goku. Dude, Natalie Raps is awesome here. This one's great. I actually love all the Lonely Boy raps. Like Dick in a Box is great.
Yeah,
there's
Chicken
some
Fox is
there's
so
some
good.
talented stuff.
No, like it's interesting to like hear you like I don't think like a lot of people have the same perspective where like the value of an album is there, like the value of the story behind like how the song became the song, right? People just wanna well now I'm gonna sound like an old fart, right? Like I'm gonna sound like an old person, but it's like, oh, people don't value like the creative process, right? Where it's like I remember like when I was younger, I would watch a music video and that would partially make the creativity of the song, right? Where it's like that the song's really good, but the music video is also really good. So that makes me love it even more. And then also it's also part of this amazing album, which makes me love it even more. Where now it's so segmented that like every single thing that you need to just nail this one song, and if you do that then it's going to go big, but I don't care about whatever else you're doing because I just like this one song and I can put it in my mixtape of all the other songs that I have, or playlist is probably the better word. Mixtape dates me again, but I was talking earlier about how I used to, I'm sure you probably did the same thing, but I would wait for like the 8 o'clock top, it was like the top 8 at 8 radio radio songs, and I would just record that over like my mom's old fucking Def Leppard tapes that she used to have, and I
Mm.
would record over the top of those and see whatever the top 8 at 8 was, and then record over the top of those the next week, and just try to keep up to date with as much as I could. And I don't know, the connection to music is just so different nowadays. It's interesting, but trying to keep up as much as I can these days for sure.
Yeah, it's funny, man. It's there's a lot of cool stuff. Like I'm weird too. Like if the most hipster thing about me is I collect vinyls and I collect cassette tapes.
Mm,
Like I actually rock like when I need to, like I do this weird thing like usually like once or twice a year where I go like 1 to 2 weeks. I mean, I haven't done it in a while because crypto doesn't allow me to do it, but I used to do it prior to being like a public CEO. Um, where I would just go 1 to 2 weeks out without internet, and so I don't even take my phone, or I mean, I keep my phone for emergencies in the car, but I don't use it or anything. So I literally rock a cassette tape player and just like walk through the woods, right? Like with the most like analog technologies I possibly can. It's pretty funny, like to go back in
dude,
time
that's
like that. But
awesome.
yeah, it's a nice way. Do some weird meditation and stuff like that. So we have some cool things that you could all kind of like find into. So yeah, we're having I think the fun thing is like I think music is like one of the best mediums to see like artist growth and be able to see how they discover their voice, discover their narrative, and also discover their style. Because like one of the fun
Mm,
things I'll say is I had a s- I used to also like follow a bunch of mixtape artists. And it's been really interesting to see how they develop. And it sucks because some developed incredibly, incredibly well, right? Like when I found them in early mixtapes, and I think they became really mature artists, and I have a lot of respect for them. But then there's other artists like they just never grew. They just kind of kept the same style, and they're huge artists. Like I know this is going to sound controversial, right? But like I love The Weeknd, and I think The
me
Weeknd
too.
Yeah, he put out 3 amazing mixtapes way early day. He re-released them and called them the trilogy. But they're amazing. His cover of Michael Jackson's Dirty Diana,
Mm.
I think is actually better than the original, which might be blasphemous for others, but that shit hit me so hard. And then he did put out a
Yeah.
really good debut album or early album called Kissland, which I really like. But everything else has gone downhill for me. Like it's all just like mass
Yeah.
market party stuff, and that's disappointing.
Mm.
Another artist that I'll say this as well is Drake. I don't think Drake's ever
Oh,
put together a complete
he's the
album.
worst.
He's put
He's the
some
worst.
amazing singles. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll do a little dance with Hotline Bling goes on, and there's a couple good ones. But Houston, Atlanta, Vegas was like, I don't think it was a super mature album by any means, but it was like a defining moment where he really figured it out and really good wordsmith there. And it sucks, right? Because there's like I have like 5 more artists. Like J. Cole kind of falls into that, unfortunately for me. Never really got to the level I was hoping for. And then there's a whole bunch of small artists that I wish were gonna get there. But then on the flip side, there's these guys you find and discover, and they just like get it really, really right. Like Kendrick Lamar early stuff was amazing. Like most people
So
don't
good.
know,
Yeah.
I think it was Section 8 or Section 80. I forget the exact name of the album. But that thing went super hard from Kendrick, and almost no one knew him because
Section 80.
yeah,
Yeah.
Section 80 it was, yeah. And I thought that was like a killer one. His song, The Spiteful Chant, is like one of the most aggressive songs. He says it's like, I'm gonna take their hand and break it. Like it's really cool because a lot of people were already calling him like anointed as like one of the greatest because Dr. Dre also pulled him in, right? And like kind of anointed him as well to an extent. But he did this amazing, he did like 2 or 3 really good mixtapes. One was Overly Dedicated, but he did like 4 solo mixtapes. And then, dude, this guy has matured. He's built like a voice. He has amazing storytelling. He knows who he wants to be. He's done some more poppy stuff. Like, I still think the Damn album's amazing, even though it's not as great as the other albums, right? Which is great. But yeah, To Pimp a Butterfly is amazing. Good Kid, Mad City, amazing, right? Like crazy, like top 5 albums. I think the guy put back to back top 5 albums of all time out, which is nuts. Very few
Oof.
people have done that in our time. And then I also really do like Damn, and I also really like what's the new album called? Kendrick and the Morale and the Steppers. I forget the name of the fucking album anymore. So like it's really cool to see these kind of guys grow. So I hope you guys all find your artists and kind of see their growth. I think that's one of the Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. Thanks, Njunka, man. I think there's some dope songs. I have a couple of repeat songs on that album that I go to as well, and I think it's just really cool to see people find their discovery of what they want. Like I don't care if you like artists that I don't like, as long as you find happiness, you could support that artist and it helps you grow creatively, like grow your creativity. Like I think that's an amazing way for like music to be a really large player as well.
Yeah. I know that, I think one thing I was talking a little bit, I think before you came in, I was talking about music and just how it connects to different like eras of your life and how, because people were asking me about my birthday and like I was reflecting on how the best way that I can remember how old I was like what music was out at the time. And I think like one thing that would be super interesting, and I know that we could like really explore further, in my opinion, and I'm putting you on the spot here, but that's okay because it's my birthday and I can do that. But like, I think music added to like some of the tribe experience could be super fun. I know you've like dove into that a little bit, but is there any thoughts that you have there that maybe you want to share with everyone, or like, what's your thoughts on potentially exploring that together?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, you said explore
Yeah,
what? I missed a little bit of
yeah,
that.
no, I was just talking about. I'll just start from the beginning. The reason why we're on this topic is because we were talking about the fact that I'm old as fuck and turning 35, and like I was looking back on my life and was thinking like what I connected best with over the years, and like I can always like place songs with a specific time in my life, right? Where it's
Oh
like
yeah.
this real connection piece. And I know that there was this one, actually in the Reapers Discord, you were trying to pump some music during through like one of our events, and I know, like, is there an interest of like exploring some music connections through what we're trying to do in Tribe, or like, I guess I've never picked your brain on that. Like, what's your thoughts on connecting music with what we're trying to do here in
Yeah,
Tribe?
I definitely think music will be another medium we'll explore. It's just like it's the same thing that the music industry deals with is that no one pays for music, right? So you're
Yeah.
almost like investing into it as a charity, right? To the product experience, right? And
Mhm.
right, we've seen music NFTs come out. Really, none of them have done anything interesting. There was like some stuff in the early bull era that got really hype, but again, they have like no volume now and they've kind of been discarded, right? And that's kind of what makes it hard. So the question is like, how does music play a role? And I think like the way music has to play a role is that I think this concept of personalized music is really interesting. So very similarly, right? You know what's the coolest thing right now is our personalized PFPs that are happening for the diamond holders and the tabula rasa holders. These guys are getting to go through a creative process where they had to like literally work with the talent and build something together that is deeply personal to them or deeply close to a vision they have in their minds. That's like a really powerful thing to do, and I think that's like amazing because the reaction we're getting here is like, almost everyone is saying, like, this has not only been the most fun, this is amazing, this turned out way better than I thought. And it's not just the art is way better, they're actually enjoying the process. Like, every time they come out of a 101 interview with Joey and Steven, shout out to both of them. They're doing a fucking phenomenal job. They come out and say that was amazing. That was fun. This is exactly what I want. And that's kind of how I almost think like if we're gonna do music as well, you're gonna just see some amazing like personalization and storytelling here. And that's the best part about this is that everyone can choose what they want, what their style is, right? You could go crazy bold, you could go crazy loud, you could go crazy muted, you could go crazy, whatever it is, but it all connects back to you somehow. And I think that's like a way of like how I would want to do music in the future. Like we were actually talking to a couple people, and just to be transparent, it's just so hard to keep so many plates up. There's actually a couple amazing DJs we've connected with and music producers that I actually think could do personalized one of one music. So like here's kind of the weird thing. When I was a kid, I always loved the idea to like have my own theme song, right? Like whenever, the Batman had this theme song, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, like that whole like the old classic Batman theme song, right? Like I always thought,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be cool to have my own theme song in my life? And I thought that could be like a really fun way of building this is that could I give some users an ability to design their own custom soundtrack? But it's hard because the space and the medium to like share thoughts and audio and beats and stuff is not like language that is shared by the non sophisticated sound fan or music fan. So you have to find something in the middle. So we definitely want to explore music. But I mean, again, we have like a bunch of music tracks. Like Lost Drums has 20 songs done, right? Like 20 tracks done. Reapers has like 7 tracks done, right? And they're like all kind of like chip tune tracks. There's a couple that are non-chip tune as well. But that's just for like, UI for scenes and events and stuff like that. I don't know where else it can go because I just don't think this market cares yet. And I have to find a way to make them care. If I can do that, then it could be interesting.
Yeah, and I think the reason why I asked you is because first, I've never asked you before, and two is like it's always been kind of like this undertone of Web3 is like, oh, it's fucking perfect for the music industry, and it's like been proven time and time again that it's totally not, right? And so the my thoughts on that is like, okay, the use of music needs to be reevaluated in whatever Web3 is. And to me, I feel like the best place to kind of place it is like within the user experience outside of what an asset is. Like it should be used for entertainment specifically. It should be used for almost like maybe because I'm community lead, but it should be like almost like a community building type experience. Like I think about like what a theme song means to me, and a theme song means to me is like a connection with something, and it doesn't provide me any value other than like, hey, I realize that this music is playing, and that means I need to be ready for whatever experience I'm about to experience, right? And I think that's where like maybe just like exploring some fun music opportunities could lie. Would you agree with that, or what's your like overall sentiment on just like maybe just like exploring that overall like medium for engagement and like that branding type aspect?
There's definitely something there. I mean, like for Reapers, we have some crazy ideas. Like we were, I honestly, I gotta go reach out to the artist again because I've probably done him dirty by just not having the ability to time and respond. Like we have something really cool where we are planning to do it like the comic book experience, right? Where you got to create the comic book. Wouldn't it be cool to create songs and see how songs are produced live? Right. And the reason for this is like it's the same thesis here, right? Is that everyone wants to be part of the creative process. And the closer you bring them to it and the feeling that they again put their fingerprints on it, I think the more powerful it gets. So I still
Mm,
believe that could be a thing. It's just now like trying to justify the investment and value for that.
yeah,
Because in the end, the question is that is this just a retention tool or is it a monetization tool? Right. And like we
yeah,
already
okay.
have retention solved. So the question is like, oh man, like how do we get a monetization element behind this? And that's like the hard thing to do for in this market because like we're not trying to be cash extractive when we do stuff. Like, the only people who are really truly spending meaningful amounts of capital here are diamond holders, right? And we're talking
Mm.
like sub 150 humans, right? That's it that are doing. And don't get me wrong, I am working my ass off to make sure we are working our ass off to make sure those 150 get the most value back, and we have some cool stuff there. But yeah, the question just begs is, where does this market go? Because then when you start going into physicals, like I agree, Steven, I'd buy a Reaper's vinyl, but bro, like the problem that we run into is like, okay, I can sell you a
Mm,
vinyl for $20, but are you willing to pay $40 to $60 for shipping? Right? Like then
mm,
the economics get really stupid, right? And that's like even the same problem we're kind of having with the comic book side. Comic books are a lot easier to send, which is great, but vinyls are not, right? And it gets so much more expensive. So it becomes this big challenge, right, in this marketplace of also making sure the unit economics go more to us rather than a shipping provider, right? And that's the other
yeah,
biggest thing, right? Is that all of this goes to shipping providers. Like, we're gonna drop you guys these comics here pretty soon, but dude, it's gonna suck for some regions. Like I cannot I
it is
cannot
what it
improve it,
is.
right? And it's just a
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of the thing. But this is why it's also really cool is that I'm putting buy pressure on physical redemptions from you guys because there's going to be a golden ticket game in it, right? Where some of you will want to buy a physical because not only do you love the physical, you want to see, can you get a, I don't know, a Waltz vault out of it, or something
Yes,
nicer
please.
like like a dimensional stone would still be good, or getting a Wii box or a jungle airdrop, or potentially a diamond, right? Or potentially whatever.
Ooh,
Like I'll go grab a bunch of other assets from the from our treasury. So there could be some cool stuff, but in the end, the biggest challenge that everyone doesn't understand is physicals don't work for global audiences because we don't have global distribution solved. So as soon as you do
mm,
physicals, it has to be luxury physicals in most cases, right? It has to be something where, okay, if I'm paying 500, I don't mind 60 on the shipping, right? Or whatever I'll end up being,
right, right.
right? So
Yeah,
that
that
means that
makes sense.
it flips it around. So the question is, what do you sell? Like, on the audio side. Like, what would be dope is if we go so all in audio that we go partner with like Teenage Engineering, right? And they like build a custom, I don't know, mini MIDI keyboard for us, for that has like Reaper's vibe to it, and you could pay $400 to $600 for it. You won't give a fuck about the shipping then if you feel it's that good. But again, it's
Mm,
also crazy because, like, do we have the leverage to charge that when we're giving you guys primarily free or close to free NFTs, right? Like, even if we are
yeah.
going to charge, we're not charging realistically on the paid premium options more than like a couple $100. So this is kind of like the biggest problem in this market is very few people have an understanding of sustainable economics with physicals, and because of that, it really hurts the long term business of this as well. Like the
Mm.
only advantages we could have is that we'd have to do so much volume to make it make sense, and even at that point, it gets too difficult as well.
Yeah. And like, okay, so four things to think about there. One, thanks for uh, chatting enough to allow me to pour another drink. Two, I'm curious on what your experience is. I know you just chatted for a bit there, but it must be nice to be on the other side of things, hearing someone else's voices chat. Three, um, it's so interesting to, and I didn't mean to, uh, I guess, put you on the spot, but it's so interesting to be able to like experience things from a lens that is from a founder's side of things, because the idea of, for example, what we were just discussing is like audio type opportunities sounds promising, right? Like it sounds fun, it sounds interesting, it makes sense. But as soon as you get down to anything past the high level, the surface level, it doesn't make sense, right? And it's really like, I know a lot of the people here don't get to hear you talk. Oh, I can't even say that with a straight face. They don't, they get to hear you like explain the process of what building live is all the time. And no one gets to, like, no one in life gets to experience that. Like no one has that expectation, and you do that on a crazy level. But like, just in this moment, right? We're living in this moment here, and I asked you a simple, like, a question that I thought was going to be like, yes, we should do that, or yes, or no, we shouldn't. You go into like all this detail about the pros and cons and the opportunities and the potential pitfalls, right? In like the blink of a hat, right? And I think that's really really cool. Like that that you're able to come up on stage, share that lens in a in something that seems really really you know quite easy to solve. I feel like a lot of people would look at audio entertainment as being something that's easy to solve for a founder. But you just broke down why you need to think about like 15 different things in a simple decision. And then when you get to difficult decisions, that opens up a lens to like 40 to 100 different things you need to think about of why this is a good decision, this is a bad decision, this is difficult, this is easy, this can be done on scale, this can be feasible from a financial standpoint. And to me, as like a community facing person, that allows for a really good opportunity for expectation setting. And I think that's the biggest key from like this role in Web3. And your activity provides a lot of opportunity for us to maintain that super easy. But also, I think like moments like this allows for that to be even more strengthened. Like this shit is hard. Like I'm gonna put myself out there. Like there was a time during like the bull run, I'm like, fuck, maybe I'll put out a fucking project, right? Like if you weren't thinking like that at some point during the bull market, you weren't doing Web3 right. And like I was like, maybe I can find an artist who fucking put something together. I can charge this much for it, and who knows what's gonna happen, right? And like there was so much money being chucked around. And like and to be really fair, it wasn't like to like leech. It was more like I actually think I can put together something that could be useful in this space. And then like I hear you talk, right? And like I'm just being like super honest and that I can say on my heart on my birthday, I've never told Saint this, but like I can I can think that way at one point in time and truthfully mean it. Like I actually thought like I think I could do things better than a lot of other founders and projects in this space, which I still think is probably true. But I don't think that I could do something on a level that's successful enough to give, like in reflection, I don't think I could have ever provided something that was successful enough and useful enough to make the Web3 space go in a positive direction. And then when I hear you say stuff like that, it's like my mind is just like opened up and blown even a little bit further. And like I heard you talking on a most recent event saying like how the founder's lens is so different than what 99.5% of the rest of Web3 sees things. And I would say the rest of the point 0.5 that's left probably doesn't have a real good grasp on it. We're on like this like playing field that's completely unleveled right now. And what's been proven is that the established players don't even know what's going on. So now we're building a whole new like baseball diamond. I'm doing a baseball thing here. Play along with me. But like I don't know how Mirror's birthday drinks turned into this because but I'm genuinely interested. Now that like do you feel like the playing field's been reset? And if so, is that an opportunity for you or is that just super fucking scary?
I want to say the field the playing field's been reset, but I would say that there is more opportunity when people are in fear, right? And there's a counterplay here. There's always a counterplay to every market condition, no matter what. And there is a counterplay here. I think the big thing that most people don't realize, and like this is why I could be thoughtful about all this stuff. This is why most Web3 founders are failing. They only think about the first one or two steps. They don't think about the entire end to end fulfillment process. And that's like the hardest thing. So like when I tell you we're trying to do something, like we're trying to do it all the way so it gets to your hands, to your door, right, to your wallet, right? We really want to make sure that people recognize that. So that means I need to optimize for the product experience from both a Web3 and a Web2 perspective. I need to get a digital asset that's easy to claim, easy to redeem, easy to understand with clean metadata. I then need to have a redemption flow. And then with that redemption flow, I need to capture Web2 information. I need to understand the pricing of that. I need to understand the risks on it, the damage with it, right? Like, I mean, dude, I've been sending comics to different locations around the world just to test what the shipping is going to be like, right? Like, you know, and just seeing like what the damage can be on these as well, because these are like the little extra attention to detail that do matter. So the truth is this opportunity is always there. The blunt statement that's probably going to sound harsh is we just had really low quality founders, right? So I think now at least the best way to explain this market is I think people are going to value founder quality more than anything else. The craziest thing is in startups and tech, founder quality is the number one thing you optimize for in Web3. In Web2 investments, for angel investments, for early stage investment. You bet on the founder more than the concept, right? But in Web3, we didn't do that. Honestly, it was more like the hype was what was the most important thing because it was more about FOMO flipping. And because of that, it led to a lot of people playing that game. And you still see it. There's a bunch of founders and a bunch of projects playing really shitty FOMO flipping games. And this is where a lot of people don't realize that if you want this space to grow, you actually need a founder that is willing to be in the trenches and is willing to operate and is willing to find all these elements right. And And I think that's where the reset happens. It's a reset of values, is what's happening, not like a reset of the market. It's a reset of the prioritization of values of users. And we're already a community that I think is closer to understanding that. I hope so. You guys believe that? Like the founder value matters quite a bit. The question is, how do you get everyone else to care? Right? Like, and that's the hardest part because, like, like to be honest, there's a lot of like, I would have asked some interesting questions like, who's actually running stuff at CyberCon? Who's actually running stuff at,
Mm,
Yoga Pets? Who's actually running stuff at these? And I'm not like trying to cast doubt. I'm just saying, like, can anyone actually tell me how those teams are operating and what they're building and what they're executing with their capital? Like, I'm not really sure many can. And I think that's a failure of those teams. Like, you should be able to understand where those are going. And it's fun because, like,
yeah.
even like our community will ask us like small shit like, oh, where's our 15 ETH going? I'm like, I'm glad you guys care enough. But like, why aren't we asking this of every other project that's putting 2,000, 3,000 ETH out of extraction and it's not going, into any meaningful ways? So this is kind of where you have to like now see and tell this story. I don't know if Web3 users care enough. I think honestly, what the
Yeah,
great reset
probably
is
not.
that we have to get rid of a lot of the bad Web3 collectors, right? And we can't give them the audience to push this. Like, you should not be listening to influencers, right? Like, you should not be listening to people that are pushing narratives not, without doing diligence on the projects, right? Like, most of the
Mm,
threads that are written out there, honestly, 99% of the threads are garbage. There are a few good threads out there, don't get me wrong, but most cases they're like paid surface level bullshit to be able to drive FOMO. So I think that's the great like change and update where the playing field is going to be settled, where better founders are going to be held in like higher regard and status, and hence they'll get more allocation power as well.
do you think that, yeah, and I totally agree and appreciate the insight. The one thing I'm really seeing from like the venues that I travel is, and which is exciting for me because I'm someone who like started off as like a trader, right? A bad one at that. No, I'm not gonna lie. I've had some good trades, but I wouldn't like classify myself or categorize myself as a good trader. But the other ones who strictly just like were really focused on trading, they were really like able to see the space, I think for what it was at that time, um, have left. At least in the circles that I'm in, and that's a good thing because just to echo on your sentiment there, their expectations on what NFTs were supposed to be specifically on the Ethereum platform was they went with whatever meta was there, right? And then on top of that, they had an opportunity because they were very tech savvy to grab the most value when they could, whether that was through sniping, whether that was through rare traits and understanding where the trade value was there. And they have realized that that opportunity is not there anymore unless you own grapes, right? Because grapes are apparently trading. I cannot believe that the grapes, which I actually really enjoy the conversations I had with that team. They're doing very, very well. And the fact that rare grapes are selling in this market is fucking mind blowing. Um, but besides that, no one's sniping rare traits to do anything useful anymore. No one is tracking free NFT mints to see where mint momentum is really that much anymore. And I think the bad users are like halfway on the way out. I'm noticing a lot in the alpha groups that I'm in that the ones that I saw as, I'll be honest, they were really successful traders. They're gone, probably because they don't see an opportunity in this space anymore, um, which is probably a good thing. But there's still like the other half that are still like hanging around, waiting to see if there's like these like sneaky opportunities at some small wins. And I think I don't know if you I know you pay like really close attention to the metrics at like a wholly like deeper level from a founder's perspective. But from like my own personal experience perspective, I think like we're in this transition of like whoever was here before, like the early people are um either seeing themselves out or expecting something greater, and the newcomers just don't know what they're in for yet. Like, are you feeling we're like actually I'm not even gonna ask a question. What's your thoughts on just what I said there? Because it was quite a bit. Do you think there's some like are you seeing similar things is I guess my biggest question there.
I mean, you're definitely seeing them leave, but I think like we shouldn't fall into the trap. They're gonna come back, right? Whenever profits come, they will all come back,
That's
right?
so true.
It's a simple game here at this point. The opportunity is optimizing and having higher standards so that you don't get tricked by them. Right? Don't fall
Mm,
into the pump and dump plays by these guys. Don't fall into the fake, excitement here as well too, right? And this is kind of the amazing thing about this, opportunity of what we're building is that you can always, choose on your own accord, right, where you're going and what you're doing, as long as you spend, the time on allocating your capital and your personal time. Like, you're in control. So the belief is just like, can we get the market to actually believe that and see that? And if so,
mm,
we're going to get to a probably pretty interesting tipping point for us. So the way I can say it is, I see the opportunity for us as a collective here. I don't know if I see the opportunity for many people, right? Like, it's gonna be really bad. And it's not about filtering out these people, to be honest, right? What it is actually it's leaving them behind. Let them
yeah.
go play their game, right? Because that game will always exist. Let's go play our game and bring as many people who believe alongside that, right? And that's actually, I think, where the real power of this is, right? Because again, I mean, I know it's kind of nuts, but 2.5 hours, you still have like 150 people here, right? Like that's
Crazy, dude.
right.
Absolutely insane.
It's super insane, right? And it just shows you that there's a stickiness here that's quite different than other places. And we still have a lot more growth, and you're gonna see like we're gonna show a very different counter narrative to the market. And in this counter narrative, it will allow them to realize, oh, I don't have to play the same game as everyone else, right? I can go
Mm,
play this product experience and be a part of this community in a very interesting way, so that, it has real upside and alignment to what I do. And it's going to come down to which communities can bring all those people forward, right? Like, and this is why I think like live PCU is one of the most important metrics. PCU, peak concurrent users, is one of the most important things that we're tracking, because that's, I think, the best form of loyalty measurement, right? Because in the end, if I'm willing to take your time now, what's the likelihood that you're willing to give us more time when you have a financialized asset tied to that community? Probably even more,
mm,
right? And then
yeah.
we've also tricked you guys to be here long enough. The question that begs, right, is like, do you really want to just sell your asset just for liquidity, but you would lose your relationship to the ecosystem? I'm going to make you actually consider that in your choice. I'm not saying that everyone's going to like go like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to keep it forever." That's a dumb fool thinking, right? But like, I do believe when people now have to be like, "Oh, do I want to lose my status in this ecosystem that I've already participated quite a bit in?" Uh Probably not, right? Don't worry, everyone has their own price, everyone has their own number. We're not ignorant about it. But that's what you're trying to build here, right? And then the best part about it is that we're giving you multiple ecosystems to be a part of as well. Not only our
Mm,
ecosystems, but others. Like, I mean, there's people here posting about their profits they made off grapes. There's people who's talking about profits from other projects, right? I mean, dude, so many of you made tons of profit off of dimensionals, man. There's people here who spent $40 and have made like $8,000 in fiat
that's
directly from us with
wild.
almost no cost basis risk.
There's nowhere else in the world you could like what other investment can you make that has that return?
Yeah, I
Like I
mean,
don't think
I
there's
want to be very clear. I don't want to position it like that, but yes, like
no.
yeah, you are right. The idea is that the real number is like how much where what can you be a part of a community where you can
Mm,
be valued for your time and participate in gaining valuable assets that you could have the choice of liquidity against, right? And if you can do
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
there's something really powerful there, and that's kind of what we want to do, right? And I just like saying that number because everyone thinks, oh, NFTs are so pricey. I'm like, bro, 99% of our users have paid less than $40. Like we haven't like, and dude, we've given out tons of whitelists, right? I mean, and we're joking around with like again, even like shit like, Momoguru. Like if you got the Momoguru whitelist from us, you made bank on that first day as long as you sold, which we told everyone to do,
Mm.
right? Unfortunately, myself and
And
Angelica
Junka's still
held
hold
that all the way down to
I'm
point
still holding
zero
too,
0.01,
mate.
which is
I'm still
yeah, which
holding.
is hilarious. But this is kind of where you want to understand, right? Is that this market is still choppy, but we're finding ways through, right? And
Yeah.
again, like imagine tribe in bull, right? If this is what we're in
Oh,
bear, imagine what we are in bull. We will be a fucking powerhouse, right? And again, that doesn't mean
crazy.
it's happening 3 months, 6 months. It might take longer, but if you believe in that, bro, like you've already seen us put 9, 12 months in of active communication. No one works harder than this fucking community does here at the moment right now. So if you believe we could keep these standards going, bro, like, dude, like, what are you actually excited about? Village is huge. Weebox is huge. And, bro, we have more stuff coming down the pipeline. So I think that's where I get really excited about what we're building.
Yeah, for sure. And I purposefully want to shift from the technical questions. I find them very, very interesting because like from someone who is experiencing Web3 and has experienced Web3 for quite some time, every single time that I hear you talk about what Web3 means to you, or specifically the structure of the project of Tribe, there's always something I learn. And I think it's really cool to be able to share that with the royal court here and everyone listening because building live in front of humans is really, really difficult. Like you're trying to do something that so far 99.5% of founders have failed at, like full transparency, and uh, that is a very small percentage, and that still might be favorable to the founders. And I appreciate you sharing that with us. And but I but my real thoughts on, I guess, you mentioned how we have 143 right now, from what I'm seeing, people in this, and we have some stickiness. Is like you hinted towards like imagine what we would be in a bowl, and I think that we're setting ourselves up for something really special, whether that is tomorrow, 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, 2 years from now, doesn't matter to me. I already one thing in my role is partnership outreach, and there's people where I have to still tell them what Tribe is, and there's a lot of people who know what Tribe is, and they know that because of who you are as a founder, and really, really active and we've been building this for 12 months almost now. I think our 1 year birthday is coming up really, really soon. And it's really, really cool to be able to hear people now, like in the worst market that you could possibly care about, be like, yeah, tribe is this, tribe is that, and we want to give you the most amount of allocation we can. Makes my job really, really easy. I'll be honest, no one says that. But as soon as they find out who we are, they're happy to like start having the conversation. And then like if I've actually had this conversation before, Saint, during this time slot, where it's like, man, I wish we weren't in a bear, but at the same time, I'm so fucking happy that we're in a bear because we're able to stick around here, show proof of value, show opportunities, and if we were in the middle of a bull, there'd be a lot of other people trying to do similar things. And I think that the fact that we're sitting in the market that we are, and the fact that we've been able to deliver the amount of value we've been able to deliver up to this point shows proof of concept in a really bad market. It shows proof of stickiness through reapers in the worst market. And appreciate all the Reapers fans and activity users in here now. I see a ton of you. Thank you so much. It's personally the thing that I would say from my Web3 experience, the thing that I'm most proud of up to this point, to be involved with something with so much activity. I think the last thing I checked was 91% of the active senators in Reapers voted. That's bonkers. Excuse my 1990s French, but that is effing bonkers. So there was 91% of voters active in GB-004. Um, but like it's we we are doing extremely well in a tough market, and I am so grateful for this tough market because I think we've allowed ourselves to separate ourselves from what the rest of this crap is. Like Dextroid is a redeemed user, chilling. He's got his cloak on, right? And he's ready to experience what tribe is, right? I was in the General Tavern today during lunch while while my wife was having chicken katsu, Saint's favorite dish, and I was dipping on sushi, and like I welcomed that person, and katsu. I welcomed that person, and I was so thankful for that person because you know what's about to happen to me. There's going to be the communities that were, the communities that are, and then the communities that are going to be. And the communities that were, which is us, because we're here, right? We're already existent. We're building something. We're pulling together the opportunities that there are to have in this space, which is opportunities at good whitelist spots, opportunities at sharing education, opportunities at just hanging out, right? Like there's so much value at just being here together. And like the corny thing is like, oh, community building, right? Like quote unquote community building. Like, yes, I feel like that term has been driven into the ground fiercely by people who don't understand the value of community building. But like the fact that Saint mentioned there's 141 people here right now shows that the way that we've been able to create stickiness allows us to capture you all with fun, excitement, engagement, and I'm enjoying it as fucking much as any of you. Like I don't want to get it twisted for 1 second. I am thoroughly enjoying myself. But on the backside of it, right? Like where's the first people going to go when the market goes well? I know for a fact for me, for example, right? In Junka, you know what sticky is. When I first came to the space, I was like, how do I get into Bored Ape? How do I get into what else was tops back then? Actually, it was Sup Ducks was pretty high back then. Who else was hot? Cool Cats was popping. Fucking gosh, I can't even remember that long. There, Zuki was hanging out, right? But like we like that we're setting ourselves up for an opportunity to be those people because like as soon as people find out Web3's popping off, they're gonna be like, oh, where's the best place to go? It's gonna be the places where stickiness happened, where user attention happened, where value was provided. Like we're there. Like I was talking to Saint like to see a Saint. Take it easy. I'm trying to catch up. Doodles was hot. I sold the Doodles way fucking too early. I don't want to even talk about it. But I, Saint was talking about how the opportunity to like share the knowledge that we have, right? And set expectations for founders because there's been so many bad founders. There's been so many bad founders, but guess what, guys? Like, we're not that far away from a shift. If you've been around long enough, which I feel like I have been, and I'm optimistic as a motherfucker, but I still believe this. I think that today we could be looking at 800 ETH, right? I think tomorrow we could be looking at 2,300 ETH in a second. I really do. And if you don't think that way, it's because, like, truthfully, I don't think you're like paying attention to the space. I really don't. I think if you think that things are set in stone, you haven't been paying attention. I really truthfully feel that way. The second that you think that shit is so bad and shit is really, really, really awful and we're just gonna keep going down and down and down and down, a spike's about to happen. And to be truthful, none of it's up to us. True story. Whatever you're doing, Steven, whatever you're doing, Forza, whatever you're doing, Apal, whatever you're doing, Lulz, whatever you're doing, Rainier, whatever you're doing, Frank. I'm gonna keep scrolling and just keep saying people's names. Whatever you're doing, Guru, whatever you're doing, Rocket, whatever you're doing, Yancy, whatever you're doing, Lulz, whatever you're doing, Wapsa, whatever you're doing, Saugat, whatever you're doing in Junka, that shit don't matter. It don't. But you know it does matter. You're gonna be whatever you're doing, Bank Shovel, whatever you're doing, Create, whatever you're doing, Lost Reaper, whatever you're doing, Moss Head, whatever you're doing, it don't matter. But you know what does matter from here on out? No, yeah, I'm not saying see, this is so important, future. It matters. It doesn't matter what you're saying right now, but it matters where you are. It matters where you are at the point where decisions are made from people who do matter. That's the truth. Because I showed up into the scene fucking broke as a joke. Like, no money, nothing. But I got accepted into a fucking amazing group of people and I got hooked up with the right investments at the right time. I'm not flushing in money at all. Fucking broke. But it's fine. No, I'm not broke. I'm doing okay. I should have cashed out a lot of times before. But my point is the importance is being where you are when the time is right. And you are all in the right spot where why am I getting pinged 45 times from a chat? Oh fuck. Hold on, let me sec. I'm not very good at like catching up on stuff, so let me read this. See, this is a nice thing for me. I get to watch the conversations that happen between Saint and other teams. I'm reading a conversation between Tribe and Weebox. I won't read it out loud, but it's interesting. Okay, caught up. Make sure that if you have Weebox, mint that shit. Don't fuck around. Wild West Crypto, thanks for the birthday, mate. Steven, I'll try to hook you up. I don't, it's gonna keep taking it away. We're gonna have to sort it out. All right, y'all. Yeah. I guys, I can't give out whitelist spots, y'all. You know that. I have ate a raw egg. I have. Con, what do you want a whitelist for? Yeah, today's my birthday. Still, for one more hour. Everything. Garunio, you have no excuse, man. I have switched my headphones like 4 times. Thanks, Steven. Dick. Happy birthday, Maddie. All right, y'all. I got to hit the reset. If we're gonna break records tonight, I gotta hit the reset. Should we? It's the fourth. Should we break records tonight or no? I think if I break records tonight, I'm gonna be like slurring words. All right, I want you to all be very honest. Am I slurring already? I'm doing okay. Gurinio knows. Nice. A little. That's so much fun. This is so cool. Like, okay, like let's be honest. All right, I'm gonna peel off that. This is so cool. How cool is that? Like I'm hanging out with like a bunch of people that's like I'm having so much fun with. I don't give a fuck if it's live. No, I won't say that. I do care if it's live or online, but I don't care. I'm around people who like experience life, right? And just like having fun. Like that's so much fun. Like everyone has like a guilty pleasure, right? Like without being sexual, you creeps. Like, oh, nice, Kath. You know what? It's not surprising for me, Kath, that comes from you, and it's so on point. The best thing for me this year, 100%, is I want to make sure that the people that have helped me get to where I am now know how important they are. I actually had that deep thought 2 or 3 days ago. Um, it's really important for me to remember the people who have helped me get to where I am. And Casuarina. Actually, I had no issues with raw egg. I drank it before working out as a college athlete. Yeah, no, no, like I'm really grateful. Like I grew up with a family who my parents, my mom was 17, my dad was 18 when they got married. My mom was 18 when she had me. And like it was rough times. Like you can't expect people that age to be able to navigate life fine. But I did. Like they were my parents, right? And um, you hold different expectations for your parents, like that aren't fair. I held them to levels that isn't fair. And I never thought that way until I had kids. And now that I've had kids, I realize how tough marriage is, how tough being a parent is, how tough being an adult is, how tough being a 35-year-old man is. And I have so much respect for everyone who's navigated that. Like, I think that's special. I think that the people who judge people really, really easy, like really, really quickly, sorry about that. Um, like I have a reflection on, like I used to be like, why are you doing that? Why are you being like this? Why don't you do this? Why aren't you like that? And it's like, man, like these people are humans too. Like it's not fair to like hold them to this pedestal that's completely unreasonable. I've got a dad that's fucking tougher than nails, man. Like my my dad has very rarely told me he's proud of me. Fucking barely ever. And if he ever has done it, it's because he's hammered drunk. No doubt. But I know he is. But I never knew he was until I realized what he was trying to deal with. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it. Oh, you put JK. I don't have an issue with it. Like if the fact that he was like that, like that's fine. He made me who I am today, and it's actually made me stronger. I think there's probably a parental guidance thing that's great for that. But like, I think it's equally as cool for me to go back to my dad and be like, Dad, I love you for who you were and who you are, and for raising me the way you did. Like that's legit, right? I think that's where the importance lies to me. I think the importance lies of like growing up later lost. Yeah, Jeff. I mean, we all have that. We all have that like experience, right? Where it's like I can only share mine. Like my dad is like the hardest working dude I've ever met. Uh, my dad is the coldest dude, probably one of the coldest dudes I've ever met, unless you got a lot of beers in him. My dad is judgmental as fuck. My dad is pushy. My dad has high expectations. My dad is a strong person. But like that's how I viewed him. No, no, just hear me out, Jeff. My dad, that's how I viewed my dad. But now that I'm 35 with kids and a dad myself, I'm like, my dad is just trying to figure out life. My dad is trying to survive a really difficult situation. My dad is trying to do what he feels is best to make sure we're financially stable. My dad is trying to make sure the fact that we're keeping touch with our family roots. My dad is trying to make sure that he's happy in a relationship that's been going for 20 years. My dad is trying to manage his vices, right? So like you have to give grace there. Like if any of you are mad at exactly, like Jeff, you should, man. You should. There's room for love and there's room for forgiveness and blah 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 for sure. But life is fucking hard. Like I have learned that like I'm fucking judging like I am a stubborn fucker, dude. Like no joke. Like I think I know what's best. I think I might know what is the right decision, right thoughts. I am stubborn in an old school way. Yeah, there are Teeplies for sure. I would never have this viewpoint if I weren't a dad. I don't think. I shouldn't say that, but I don't think. Life's hard. That's okay, there's a lot of young people listening to me right now. I'm gonna sound old as fuck, but man, life is super hard and it only gets harder as you hit the 20s to 40s. Fucking give people breaks. If people don't see shit the way you see it, fuck, who gives a fuck? As long as they're surviving. Honestly, dead ass honest. Don't fucking judge anyone. It's real. It's totally real. Struggle's so real. Shit's scary. Shit sucks. You know what? If someone's made it to fucking 40 and is somewhat happy, they're doing really, really well. And guess what? Once they hit 40, they're going to realize they don't fucking know anything. I'm 35. I don't know shit about life. Don't. Don't know fucking shit. I think I know what shit is. I think I know the right thing. I think I know what's right. I think I know what's wrong, but I guarantee you that other people think what I think is right and wrong is fucking wrong and right. Who am I to tell them that they're wrong? I'm not. I'm not one to tell them that. Sit on that for a second. Talk amongst yourself. I have to go to the bathroom again. Welcome, Galactic Senators. Hello, Galactic Senator. Oh shit, sorry. Wrong event. Wrong event. How's everyone doing? I'm having so much fun. This is like the best birthday present ever. Everyone's like, why are you spending time on the internet with a bunch of nerdy internet friends? I'm like, because I want to, you dicks. No, my reason is because I don't have a babysitter, but I love you all the same. Happy birthday. I'm not high. I don't do drugs, okay? Drugs are bad, okay? Birthday shots. I'd love to, but not in my garage. Ding, 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 ding. Are we all partying or what? This is fun, y'all. This is fun. I'm actually pretty buzzed right now, I have to say. I've drank more whiskey than I probably should have. I'm gonna switch. Yeah, weird thing, Haram. Down, 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 we haven't noticed. Has it been that noticeable, Art Loft? Because I am working right now. I don't drink water in between. I won't do it, never have, never will. I'm either going all in or all out. Damn it, it's noticeable. Son of a bean sting. That noticeable? In case you missed it, today is Atlantean New Year on the Atlantean. It's based on the rise of Sirius, the star returns. Bonkers noticeable. Only with my audio output, Steven. Okay, scale of 1 to 10 though. So I'm feeling insecure here, so be nice. 1 being totally sober, 10 being hammered. I can't even recognize myself. Where am I at right now? No way. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're a little cheeky. I am super cheeky. 4 or 5. Okay. Create. I think you're right on it. I keep seeing why does everyone keep sending me that? Today is Mirror in case yeah, I see that. But what is that? Like I don't know what the Atlantean New Year is. What is that? I don't someone enlighten me. Yeah, join me on stage. Catch me outside. How about that? What's the Atlantean thing? Catch me outside. How about that? Who wants to join me up on stage? Let's do it. Yeah, Frank, I can give myself any role I want. Do you want me to give myself the senior counsel role? Because I can do that too. That means I own multiple diamonds. No one's joined tonight. Well, Saints joined. Raise your hand, raise your hand. Everyone keeps sending it. It's very auspicious day. I'm special. That's fun. Can I have a roll? No, you can't. Sorry, no rolls for you. No soup for you. Casuarina. Am I saying that right? You are Injunka's friend. Is that right? Hmm. That's fun. Where is Injunka then? I am Injunka's friend. I'm also partying. Is Injunka partying? I'm about to have a lot of fun. Yeah, he kind of seems like a party pooper, if I'm honest. So he's had some noodles. He's a good partier. No, I love the guy. I'm just giving him crap. Okay, so are you enjoying your time back in Australia? You're from Canberra, is that right? And your name is no, sorry, I don't know your name. Noodles or doodles? You do not what? Sorry, I'm lost in translation already. It's really hard to talk and then read dox me. Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna dox you. Are you from are you from Australia? I don't think that's doxing. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. No doubt, no doubt. Are you gonna let me and Njunka party together in Australia? I'm getting hesitation from his end that nice. Is he a shy fella? I feel like he's like, yeah, well, he can catch the train. That's not stopping anyone in Australia. They can catch a train from Canberra to he's a little yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Casuarina, what are you drinking tonight? My birthday did never end, Sergey. First thing. Second thing, it never ends. Did I mention that in the first one? Red wine. Oh, I am on red wine. That's so bogan of you. Birthday month. Nice. Love it. Oh my gosh, like I'm so on red wine. No, that was bad. It was bad. I appreciate the niceness, but it's fucking terrible. Oi, mate, you want to have some red wine tonight? Oh, love. Get out the cabernet and the cheese, mate. We gotta have something to soak our bellies, mate. Yeah, no, I've picked up the basics for sure. Oh, bevies, mate. Yeah, bevies before team. That, yeah, yeah, mate. 7 years. British version. No, I feel like that's more Australian. I feel like British would be like, uh, uh, you all right? Not impressive. Yeah, I have a really strong American accent, so it makes it really, really difficult to do Australian accents. So, you all right? You all right? It's you know what the difference between British accent and Australian accent isn't much more than just being asshole. Really, like UK people are just kind of like dicks, and Australians are more fun loving. True story. What my first week in Australia, I flew over, right? And I went to the liquor store to buy some alcohol because I'm of age. And I was looking at all the beers. I'm like, which one do I want? Which one do I want? Which one do I want? And I'm not picky with my beer, but I like to take my time with it. And I was looking at all the beers, and the guy comes up to me and he goes, "You're not from around here, are you?" And I said, "No, I'm really not." And he's like, "Well, what kind of beers do you like?" I told him. He's like, "Well, take this six pack and take this six pack." So I took two six packs. And he's like, "You don't have to pay for them, but whatever one you like, come back tomorrow and buy six more." Dead ass, dead ass honest. And I was like, "That's fucking sick." I'm like, "Okay." So I took one back. I took both six packs back to the hotel with my then girlfriend, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, girlfriend, sure. And we, I'm telling you 100% honest, this is not a porky. And so we drank both beers. She doesn't like beer that much, but she tried both of them, and I drank all 12 of them. And I landed on one. I went back and I was like, this is the one I like. He's like, he gave me six more. And I did pay for the 12 pack of the one that I liked, but he gave me the other six pack free. It was awesome. That's when I knew I fell in love with Australia. It was a good deal. I practically got six beers for free, and the other six beers I got to taste for free. That was nice. I thought that was really welcoming. Yeah, but Casuina. Australians don't have like a speech impediment. They just speak different. Um, I'm a pretty cute little fella. So it was a female behind the desk. So I think she might have been hitting on me a little bit, but my wife didn't care at that time because we were just casually dating. That's literally me, Alpha Degen. That was me that night. Are you a lager, pilsner, stout? I will drink all three. No joke. If I am out for like a lunch day and just having a drink, stout. It's the way I go. Pilsners, I'll drink out in the sun. Lagers, I'll drink if you put it in front of me. Yeah, for sure. Art law. Stout's good, but I can't drink enough of it. Like I'm from like binge drinking culture where it's like I need to fucking drink as much as I can. You know what I mean? And it's like hard to drink a lot of stout. Guinness is great. Like I love it, but I can only drink so much. Like I want to like to give you an idea, like my I don't know if a lot of people understand what Wisconsin is. Wisconsin in America is known as like the biggest drinking state in the country. And so to give you perspective without being like, I'm not trying to brag here because it's not a good thing. But like when I was 16, I was at house parties drinking fucking like 10 to 20 shots a night of alcohol. And I'm a small person. Like it's not something I should be doing regularly. And like if you don't have that drinking culture behind you in Wisconsin, you're like not looked at the same. Like it's part of growing up there. So like I can drink so my nature is I want to if I'm going to drink, I'm going to drink either two ways. One, I'm going to really, really enjoy the taste, which is less likely. And two, I'm just going to drink to get fucking hammered. And we're about to have a really fucking good time. Like all my college buddies know me as like the dude that is guaranteed to have a good time. Not in a bad way, but like just flows. Create, love it. Fucking love it, man. Smash Face, that's my nickname. So, but I see the value in not doing that. But it's just against my nature. Like my nature is like I want to start drinking at 10 a.m. and drink until 2 the next morning. Like I can do that easy. I can constantly if you pour me a drink from 10 in the morning and keep pouring me drinks until 2 in the morning, I could promise you that I'm still hanging around. And that's my that's my natural instincts. Dead ass. Great. I love it, dude. That's sick. So just for that, I'm not gonna give away whitelists. Don't drink again, Steven. I'm proud of you, man. That's hilarious, Mushan. Yeah, Art Loft, it's weird. It's really, really weird because like, man, I don't think it's anything to be like overly excited about, but like the drinking culture in that state specifically and within the Midwest in general is like there's nothing else to do. You know what I mean? Like you just you blend in and you like it's really weird. So I moved to Australia, right? And my family, my wife's family own a farm, big farm, where you can take long walks. And like I don't feel comfortable going on the walk without a beer in my hand. I don't. Like it I shouldn't say that. I feel comfortable, but I feel more comfortable with a beer in my hand on the walk, right? Like I'm out in nature. Feels like something I should be doing. You know what I mean? Especially on a weekend. And like, but during the week, I don't touch alcohol. Won't touch it. Don't want anything to do with it. Keep it away from me. But as soon as the weekend hits, I want it. And in a way that, like, now that I'm a parent, I barely drink. I really do. I barely drink. I drink Friday nights with you all occasionally, and for my birthday. And outside of that, very rarely go out. But like if I'm about to like hang around with people, like all if I'm about to hang around with adults, I want alcohol to be there because it makes it feel more comfortable for me. And that's not good nor bad. So hard. That's the biggest thing for me. Like the biggest thing that stopped me from wanting to do that is two things. One, I'm married, so I'm not trying to like hook up, right? And two, I've got kids to look after. That's six, Senator. Hennessy? That's fucking crazy. I'm going to tell you a story. Not a good story, but it shows you how, like, adult. That's a good question. I don't think I feel comfortable answering that. I remember there was a time where I went to a Brewers game, baseball game, in Wisconsin when I was young. And I was probably like 19 or 20, maybe. And we lived probably 2 hours from the baseball stadium. And the game was at 7 p.m. We started drinking at 10 a.m. hard. We were playing flip cup, beer pong, card games, shots, right? We were going hard. And then we had a party bus pick us up. So we drank from 10 until 2. The party bus picked us up at 2, drove us 2 hours to get to the Brewer game, which was at 7, but we parked at 4 and we could pregame from there. We drank from 4 until 7 extremely heavily, and we were debating on going into the game. Me and my friends decided we weren't going to go into the game because we didn't care about the game at that point. We went to a bar. The bus took us to a bar, probably like a mile and a half away. And then me and like 5 of my friends told the bus to like get the fuck out. Like we didn't want to ride back home with them. We'll figure out our own way home. We all ended up in completely different places, right? I called my brother. He was at the same baseball game. I didn't even realize. He went to the same baseball game with his friends. He brought his car over, and a friend of his drove. He shouldn't have been driving. And the whole way home, we drank a bottle of vodka between the 4 of us on the way home. That's what Wisconsin's like. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Like, I'm not supporting that, but I'm trying to, like, I don't think people understand. Like, it's so weird growing up. What the fuck? Oh, in Junka. Baseball is like a love-hate thing. Like, I love it. I grew up playing it, but I also got hit in the face. Thanks, BB. What does BB mean? I feel like that's a young thing. Thanks, BB. Be right back. Thanks, baseball. Nice. Love it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think Ninjunka totally just vomited. Thank you, baseball. Thank you, baseball. You're a fucking nerd. Thank you, baseball. That's hilarious. And Junka, you're 6'5", big boobies. And Neon, you're better than that. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. See, do you hear that? That's totally you wish, Casuarina. You wish. Not even like the actual smiley emoji, the old school MSN Messenger emoji. Smiley face. Oh my gosh, I love my boyfriend so much. Thanks for coming to Australia with me and experiencing Canberra. Oh my gosh, that's so meaningful. Oh, it's so much fun. I bet you do. Oh my gosh, thank you for like coming across the world. Oh, it's so nice of you to spend 4 months here so I can finally see my family again. After this, I swear we're gonna get married and have kids. Oh my God. Wherever you want to go, wherever you want to go. Thank you. That's funny. You know what? One thing I actually have put onto my bucket list as a human is I want to do, and like you guys can judge me all you want. I don't even care if I've been to Canberra like 4 or 5 times. I actually really like Canberra, uh, but I want to do stand up comedy once in my life, like, and not just like open mic night. I want to do like a booked, somewhat kind of booked session where I do like stand up comedy. I'm probably gonna fucking suck at it, but I think I would really enjoy it. I want to be able to say that I've done that in my life, so that's gonna be my goal. That's one of my bucket list things over the next 1 to 2 years. I think that I'm entertaining enough, but I also want to respect the biz. I want to respect the biz, like the stand up comedy biz. I don't want to just like show up and be like, you guys, what's funny? What's really funny, like, honestly, what's so funny is, like, how people will, like, sometimes, like, say hello, but also not want to, like, have the rest of the conversation with you. They just wanna say hello. Like, why don't they wanna learn more about me? Is there something about like, I don't wanna be, like, that dorky of this person. I wanna be, like, steady flow of, like, thought out conversation that is funny. Like, I think I could put it together, but I think it deserves that respect because I think stand-up comedy is probably the one of the hardest things to do in the world, no doubt. Like besides like war, like fighting battles and stuff. But like also, I think I could probably shoot a gun faster than I can let off a string of jokes. But that's just me. Can y'all hear me still? My microphone's like, a typical American. Okay, you mean a typical American? What? Because he says he shoots guns? Oh my god. What an American. What a nerd. I'm such a nerd. No, like, okay, true story. That's fair. And I appreciate the joke. Um, I shot guns a lot when I was younger, like all the time. But I will say something about it. It was a really, like, if it was used for hunting purposes, like where I grew up, it made perfect sense to have a gun for hunting purposes because we owned a lot of farms, so we had to protect crop and stuff. So it made sense to like those types of guns was like totally cool. But like I can I don't like guns that much either. What's that one girl who does like the uh live stream noises? Ooh, pizza, real nice. Thank you. Bubbles. Guns, so good. Guns. What did she really say though? Like, something so good. Something so good. I knew someone was gonna put that one. No, they're not. That's what comedians are for. And I'll be honest, Steven, I actually think you probably have gathered this from getting to know ice cream's so good. Um, Bubbles, gang gang. I think I could probably make millions, but it's fine. I won't do it. Um, I actually have a lot of opinions that I think a lot of people would probably have issues with, but I could probably care less with because I think it's funny. I think it's fine to be funny about things that are like temptatious, temptatious, tempting to side on the side of social expectation. Temptations D, Tenacious D. Nice. Like it, 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 like it. Jack Black is probably one of the top 10 most amazing humans in the world. If anyone disagrees with that, they're probably dumb. So, see, that's a perfect. See, This is why you suck. That's why you suck, man. I just peaches, 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 peaches. I love you. Like Jack Black is like legit so talented. I feel like that would be no, it wasn't. It was shitty. So gold. So good. And Jack Black's at the heart of it. Jim Carrey is super talented too. Thank you, Elisa. Figuring just stuff like on with here. I am very much enjoying my birthday. This is such a good time. This is cool. Like, okay, I'm gonna have 36 birthdays. I'm so happy that I got to say one of them was with the tribe community. Let it be known here, everyone. My 36th birthday, I will die here. I will be dead on my 36th birthday. I'm gonna die live stream with Tribe 1 year from now. Rocky Mountain High, California. Don't say something. Okay, I'm not like I'm being silly, Stromberg. Have some fun with it. See, this is what I'm saying. Jokes, they're just jokes. It's fine. It's okay. I'm never gonna leave. It's fine. Stromberg, it's fine. You're not first. I totally believe that. Dextroid, I am the most competitive person in the whole world. I think I hear my wife making a bottle. See, I put Jack Black over Jim Carrey because he can sing. But Jim Carrey's acting is better than Jeff Black or Jack Black's, obviously. I don't think there's even much to debate there. Jim Carrey's got like a really weird history though. Have you ever like read like about his like relationship history over the last 20 years? Like wasn't he like suspected of like bullying some girlfriend to murder at some point? Yeah, like there was some really weird stuff happening there. Yeah. He's a bit uh he's like he's like fully dipped into the conspiracy theory type of stuff. However, on the other side of things, he's hilarious and a great actor. He believes in that. Yeah, 100%. Like there was like this interview where he was like, I am Jim Carrey, but I'm also this and I'm also that and I'm also this and even who Jim Carrey is has been an act since day one and we're all acting. We don't know who we are and like dude, get fucked. No one knows who we are, but we don't make a big deal about it. Like get over yourself. No one cares. No one wants to hear that. We're all acting. I'm acting right now. I'm acting to try and pretend to be who I am, but that can change tomorrow. I don't give a shit. No one wants to hear that. Just like be cool, be fun, be like silly. All right, y'all. You did miss it, Hossein. Web3. I am an actor. feel like I'm getting tired. Do you think I should have one more drink or should I call it quits? I cannot give out that relic again, if I'm honest. Crypto Risa says quits. Am I 20 minutes away from the record? I am actually. One more bottle. I've been drinking on stream since 8 and I was drinking since 4 p.m. today. What's my drunk test? Nice, Steven. What's my drunk test? Oh, well, I'm gonna pass that. I'm American. I'm American. Dumb some bitch. I can touch my nose. I can do it. No, okay, so my longest clap clap. My longest session is Z X Y. See, I already messed it up. Z Y X W T B W. Yeah, fuck that. That's way too hard. I probably can't do that shit sober. That's fucking dumb. That would have been me, JJ, right there. For real. Why would anyone need to know the alphabet backwards? Doesn't do anyone any good. It does no one any good. That ball change. What does that mean? Oh no, I am 100% gonna have Alzheimer's. No doubt. All my friends have Alzheimer's. No, not my friends, my family. You got your ball, you got your chain tied to me tight. Dave Matthews Band. Drink. Yeah, all my homies got this one's for my homies with Alzheimer's. Into your heart. Learn it. I actually am gonna learn the guitar. The guitar this year. I've already signed up for guitar lessons. I can play some Jack Johnson and yeah, maybe over two. Maybe 2 years delights. I can play banana pancakes for my wife. Get a real person. I am a real person. Real germs. You're weird. Oh, like a real yeah, I'm gonna go to a real person. You're a perfect fit for Injunka. You too. You're goofier than bed bugs, I tell you what. You're both goofy. What the fuck? You just call her. Yeah, you're weird too, dude. Both weird. I think she's more socially appropriate than you. I think you're a bit confrontational at times. He's gonna beat me up. He's tall from what I hear. Injunka, you're cute. Very cute of you to say that. I know you're giggling. I know Njoka enough to know that he probably takes some things seriously, but I could care less. And as far as you, Casuarina, um, I imagine you're probably just a good time at a party. No offense. Guys, we're 15 minutes. Guys and gals, because there's gals here. Guys, all right, everyone, button up for a second. There is a gal here. I'm a deep and complex. Oh my gosh, me too. Just because I have balls doesn't mean I'm not a deep and complex person. Okay, but seriously, we're 15 minutes away from a record. What that record is, I don't know. No, I do know. I'm calling Guinness. No, but seriously, someone go up on stage with me. Are you saying someone should say, Steven, I feel like you should, I feel like you might be the best interview of all of us. Like the fact that, okay, I have to be honest. I have to be really honest, y'all. Why the fuck are you listening to me? Like, right? What are you doing? What are you doing with your lives? I mean, I absolutely adore it and am so thankful. But man, isn't it funny how we can get like attached to what some random dude can say in a random space of the earth? I got to switch my earphones because my earphones are dying because I've talked too much. But like, there's no reason. I'm telling you right now, you staying here, everyone in the audience, you staying here isn't going to do anything good for you. You're not going to get a role. I probably won't remember. 2, 3. There's no valuable lessons to be learned here. 4. I'm probably going to look back on this tomorrow morning and be like, why did you talk me into a bad decision? Who said this man is hammered? That was really funny. Who said that? This man is hammered. Yensidian. That was really funny. If I had, who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? It's written. Uh, you're wise, just like your other half, eh? Actually, that's a really good point, Theodorus. I could probably hand out some relics right now and not, and I'll remember. I'll remember. I have some respect for myself. Should I make one more drink or not? Hmm. No one. That gif alone, almost got you one. Trailer Park Boys was so fun. Cha- That's true, Con. This is so cool, right? Like, how cool is it that like I talked about this earlier, but like I swear I'm gonna look back on like these years and be like, dude, yeah, I already finished. There was okay, so I had a half a bottle of double black Johnny Walker, which is like $140 a bottle. I finished that, and now I've sneaked into my first drink was the other one that I had, and now I'm back into that one again. I'm not Mr. Moneybags. I hold on. I think my son is crying. Hold on. Let me check my phone. It's important, y'all. It's like kids and sorry. Okay, everything's fine. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. No, I usually don't spend this much on alcohol, but since it's my birthday, my father-in-law bought me a bottle, and then my wife bought me a more expensive bottle. There's probably like 500 and no, $650 worth of whiskey sitting on my bar cart right now. Drink up, fucker. It's fun, right? Like I feel like you should spoil yourself at times like that. Double black. Is it 40 euros? Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably right on par. Yeah, no, I know what you mean in Junko. That's right. I always get the yeah, I like the double black. That's my favorite one out of the Johnny Walker branch. Tried all of them up into the 15-year one, I think. I don't think I tried that one. Yeah, I was having that. That was my that's my go-to. I just wanted to make sure because I thought my father-in-law bought me a 15-year one, but it was just a double black again because he doesn't fucking love me, so it's fine. Actually, T, please, the gold label. I was looking at the gold label and I thought that might look really good. I actually might try that next time. That's really funny, crypto. That's hilarious. I'm saving that. Mirror drink GIF. Do you guys say GIF or GIF? Is it GIF or GIF? What is it? GIF. 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 See, I say GIF. Yeah, so it's a GIF, 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 GIF. Yes, yeah, I think GIF is the winner. Hello, senators. Thank you for meeting me here in the royal court here today. Mirror's birthday drinks is not only an opportunity to celebrate an amazing galactic citizen's experience in life, but also an opportunity to come together, to bind us. Bind? Binding. Sorry, senators. Seem to have mixed up my scripts here. One was for rapers, the other for pornographic imagery. I digress. That's too much fun. Actually, you know what's so funny? Nolan, I actually my aim for Sergeant Vega was Richard Nixon. Am I nailing it or am I nailing it? Greetings, senators. I am not a crook. Our galactic lives hang in the balance. But you know what? I also turned it. I spun a little bit of Joker into it because at the end of sentences, I'll go. Oh, listen, I'll be like, uh, when it all comes down to the safety of our galactic planets, I'll add like that at the end of it. Why so serious? See how I did that? There was Heath Ledger in there. So I combined Richard Nixon with Heath Ledger and came out with Sergeant Vega. But you know what's really, really hard is fucking keeping that tone the whole time. It's really, really hard. Why so serious? I feel like I actually can do probably one of the better Joker voices out of the people I know. But then I do the Batman. What was it? Newcastle is full of babies trying to do poos. I do that with my son all the time. My son does poos a lot. In Newcastle is where I live. Newcastle is full of babies trying to make poos. I honestly have no idea if that's good or not, but I feel like it's not bad. You bet on the citizens of Gotham, and you thought that they would do bad. However, they have proven that they would do good. Joker, you have lost. Get fucked. No, my son's one. My girl or my daughter's 5. Get fucked. I don't care where you got those scars from, Joker. Give me back my Batmobile. You dumb son of a bitch. We all learn. I was raised in the dark. What was Bane was I can do a Bane. Hold on, give me a second. Now that I've done Batman, I think Bane's hard to do. You were born in No, hold on. I can't find it now. Damn it. So it be no, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not even gonna put shame to it. It's too much respect. Yeah, it's so weird. So hard to do. You were born in the dark. No, that I'm close. I'm close. Uh, you were born in the dark. I was raised in it. That's it. I'm close. I'm getting closer. You were born in the dark. I can't quite get there. I can usually get pretty close, but that's not. I was molded by it. Can't that's tough. That's really tough to do. You were born in the dark. I was molded in it, raised in it. No, I don't think I can do that one quite yet. Nice, Crypto Goku. That's really funny. That's really fucking funny. Mad respect to was it Christian Bale? No, Christian Bale's Batman. Who's the Ed Hardy? The one that does that? It's very fast. It's hard. It's hard to make that quick change. Tom Hardy, Ed Hardy. Who's Ed Hardy? I feel like that's might be a wrestler. The Hardy Boys. Yeah, 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 yeah. You were born in the dark. I was raised in it. That was better. What I just did there was better. So who's the fuck is Ed Hardy? Jersey Shore. Oh yes, Jersey Shore t-shirts. That's it. That's it. Nice. Well done, everyone. I love it. 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 I'm gonna have another drink. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Everyone that used to wear Ed Hardy. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. Yeah, I totally want to hang out with you now. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. Uh, yeah, everyone who wore Ed Hardy. Oh, every woman, it's all in me. Everything you want right now, I do it naturally. Oh. Who sings that song? Is that Whitney Houston? That can't be Whitney Houston. I feel like she sings too well for that. Beginnings of MMA clothing company. Yeah, I feel like Ed Hardy's it. That's probably why. It has to be Ed Hardy, right? It's a fine can. You knew if you got into a girl's car with Ed Hardy seat cover, she'd be in bed with you, Bunny. No, I mean, if that works, that's fine. Like, probably tap out. Yeah, tap out's a good one. I could cast a spell. Oh, yeah. I used to wear Axe. Is that bad? Like back in when I was like 14, I did. That was when it first came out, though, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, it worked, right, ladies? Casuarina, you're the only one that. Oh no, Kath is here as well. I don't know if there's any other ladies here, but did it work? Was it worth it? It was expensive. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, for sure. I have asthma too. I used to actually wheeze while wearing it, but it was good. No, it was fine. It added to the experience. The good kind of asthma, yeah, exactly. Like, where I thought I was gonna die, but it was fun. I went to a school actually, Steven, you would probably either know this or have answered this already, but I went and visited a friend from Green Bay who went to a small school in Minnesota. Um, it was a pi he was a pilot, but it was a small little school in the Twin Cities. Is there a Ronin session supposed to be happening right now? Because there's no reason why this should be taking up Ronin space. No, he pushed it to next week, guys and gals. All right, this is going to be some real talk. The demands that are being placed on Saint from himself are crazy, and I know that you all are forgiving, but like if you like, okay, so my personal experience, like I live in Australia, so I have to set an alarm for like super early to events, but then like he postpones them. Like he postpones them because he's got like fucking 7 million things going on. Like when I sign on to like the community page, like General Tavern, people are like, oh, why did that get pushed? Like, dude, fuck off. Like Casuarina, my dead to ass goal, dead to ass. I don't know if that's like anything to be proud about, but like dead serious goal is I would like to see so many women in this space. If you know any who like might be interested, welcome them and bring them into this space. Like, and I feel like I actually am quite connected to quite a few like really prominent females in the space, like Swicky. I am like super close with on the Board Ape side of things. Like, she is probably the most prominent Board Ape Yacht Club owner as a female, and she's made a brand out of that brand. And I could DM her right now, and she'll give me an answer. And I'm really close with the World of Women group. Um, I got to actually know the World of Women crew through my early experience of a project that I worked on that I won't share because the founder's a dickhead. But there's so many females here trying to like really make a name for themselves, and every single time I like see a spaces with females or artists trying to push a female's perspective, I try to support it as much as I can. So long story short, please bring as many females as you can. I think it's important. I'm trying to really do something cool for females in Reapers. Stay touch on that as well. What's the difference? In Junko, I'm not trying to be a dick, but is females not? Oh, I guess that's more gender, both like specific. I don't like I'm not gonna go down like that politically correct style of things. Like, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not gonna like get caught up in all that. But it's weird, my friend. I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I was just trying to think of things from a gender side of things. I wasn't trying to like go any sort of direction. It was I can totally see why that sounds weird. I can see where you're coming from. It sounds more descriptive. Eh. Oh yeah, it's a huge sausage fest. It's a real problem too. Like, um, I have a real issue. Like my biggest thing that I have an issue with is like the way that the value has been placed on crypto Twitter specifically. No, I appreciate it. Like honestly, I really do, Cashmere. That's a really good insight. Um, but the issue that I have the most problems with is within our community, one, but also we're hindered by the macro, which is like crypto Twitter. And like crypto Twitter has turned the female stuff into like sexually focused, like driven narratives where like the men are like just dumb. Like there's no good value going on. Like the amount of effort that it takes to seem valuable from the Twitter side of things is just figuring out algorithms and then like putting in hot keywords. But like I think that like the person that I probably have learned the most from, there's two people that I've probably learned the three. Sorry, there's three people I've learned the most from. There's four. No, sorry, there's five. No, no. Okay, so but seriously, there's three people that I've learned the most from. It's Saint is one, no doubt. The second one is Swicky, who is, let me just share her Twitter. I'm sure like if you've been in this space for a while, you know who she is. She's turned like her Bored Ape Yacht Club uh, set into like an actual brand. Like if you don't know who she is, you should know who she is. Let me just share that with y'all. Yeah, I'm a little tired, JJ, no doubt, and drunk, but that's fine. So Swicky's like she ran for Ape DAO Coin Council and Ape DAO, yeah, the whole thing. Um, and she's really, really smart, really, really knowledgeable, knows how to approach the community facing plus business facing side. So smart. Here's another really good female in the space. What's her? I know her nickname in Squanchland. Hold on, what's her? Yeah, corporate trash. Here's someone who like does a lot of research and has been in the space for a really long time. Corporate trash. Resang? No, I don't have any respect for Resang. Like she tried to cash grab, like no doubt. Like get out of here with that. Swanee is okay. I like Swanee. She like actually puts out some really strong value. But like you gotta find like these women who have been like established in entities for a while, like corporate trash. Like she's been writing articles for like 3 years and like never stops. Like see that's what happens a lot with both men and women, like males and females, whatever you want me to say. Like they catch like this like fever of Web3 and then like get excited about the opportunity of like sharing things to people and being a focus of attention, but then they have no longevity, right? Like I am in a group of quite a few like alpha people who have tried to work in this space for a long time, and none of them have longevity because they don't have the work ethic and they don't have the actual skills to be able to make it happen. I'm not trying to be a dick, but like there's two levels of people. Like either you actually want to make this work or you're like just trying to like scam off of the hot button topic and you're trying to make some money. And like there's an even ground there where you can land and be healthy. And there's a lot of that happening. And the thing that sucks about crypto Twitter is because like there's so many men specifically who provide no value and get all this activity. And there's actually a ton of women out there who actually probably know how to connect with the communities within Web3 so much better because females are just so much more emotionally intelligent and their ability to multitask and manage in like a Web3 space is so valuable. And people need to like realize that 100%. 100% Zenway. They have so much more social and awareness, so much more emotional awareness, the ability for them to make decisions uh, in high stressful situations is really useful as well. Like there's so many more advantages, and that doesn't even include the different perspective of what a valuable asset is, right? I have. Steven, I have 100%. It's a tough question, but that's not a fair thing to face it. What's the utility of your dinner, dear? No, but at the same time, if your wife was to ask you what's for dinner, what would you say? You would first think, you would no, no, but wouldn't the first, maybe I'm different, but wouldn't the first thing, see, the first thing for me is if my wife was to ask me what's for dinner, my first thought would be, what do I think she wants for dinner? That's my first thought. What do I think she wants for dinner? Am I wrong there? Like, does anyone else think, does that not hit anyone else like that? Because that's the first thing that I hit. And it's not because my wife is like some crazy controlling person. It's my first thought is like, she's saying that because she's giving me the opportunity to either choose what I want or be uh, not specific enough or picky enough to have a specific answer. So, like, if I was to go, "Hey, what do you want for dinner?" Right? The natural reaction from her is either to tell me what's for she wants or to be like, "Well, I don't know, what do you want?" Right? And then my response would be, well, my in my head would be, "Well, I wonder what she actually wants." That's the response that I have internally, and I would try to measure that with how big my needs were for what I actually want. 'Cause I could give a fuck less what I have for dinner. I could care less. A pal? Totally right. Like, I don't give a fuck what we have for dinner. I could fucking care less. And I find that to be a constant experience throughout a lot of things. It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm very opinionated, but when it comes to what I want for dinner, I could fucking care less. When it comes to how my daughter's day went, I want to know 3 things. 1, was she happy? 2, is there issues I need to know about? 3, do you need me for anything? That's it, right? And then beyond that is this, like, extra information that we can talk about if we'd like to. I am the opposite of a bad boy, lemon boy. If you saw me, you would know I'm not a lemon boy. Wait, bad boy, sorry. Thank you for the happy birthdays. I appreciate it. I'm having like a really fucking good time. I've had probably 1 to 2 too many drinks, but this is probably my favorite. We're going on 4 hours and 15 minutes of birthday drinks. This is awesome. Lemon boy, would you like to join me up on stage? Do you wanna spit some, I feel like I'm putting you on the spot. I feel like we're on the record right now. It's happening. Guys, it's happening. Lemon boy, while I bring you up on stage, I'm gonna pour myself a drink. It's gonna be so good.
Morning, Mirror. Or I guess sorry. It's what time is it for you?
12:15 AM.
Ah, okay. It's about 10:15 for me over here, so I don't have too much time. I do have like a work call in about 15 minutes, but I thought I'd at least hop on and say happy birthday to you since I haven't had the chance yet. Or
Thanks,
is it no?
man. I
Is it no
appreciate
longer?
it.
Is it past?
No, it's a birthday week for me. I'm one of those
Oh, you
guys.
the whole week. Okay, yeah, very mature, very princess of you. Cool, cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I roll. I'm not even upset about it either.
Oh,
I get
jeez.
I get worked up. I get worked up enough from work and family life where I get this whole weekend to myself. I'm going golfing tomorrow. There's nothing anyone can do to stop me.
Ooh, hitting the links. I've never been much of a golfer. I've never been a huge fan of it. I'm actually, to be fair though, I think I'm also going to the driving range at least tomorrow or something. I'm just out with family right now myself as well. So yeah, doing one of those things. Just an activity for me. But I assume you're an avid golfer if it's one of your birthday time preferences.
No, actually, I'm not. I
Yeah, you're shit at golf. Knew it. You
no,
tell that. One of those things you can actually catch in the voice. It's an accent.
yeah. I, t- I, t- I tore my ACL probably
Uh,
2 years ago, and I've been scared to like do anything active since then. But just I'm forgetting about it and just doing it from there on.
can I
I'm
tell you?
starting
I don't have
tomorrow.
there's truly like tearing my ACL. I can't even imagine what that's like. I may be like the least athletic person to have ever been born. The only time I've actually ever like genuinely seriously injured myself was when I was, I don't know, maybe about like 11, 12 years old. The only time I ever broke a bone was kicking a soccer ball back and forth with my dad in the backyard. And I kicked the ball. I broke my big toe. I also fell backwards, got winded for the first time ever in my life. So that was like, I felt like I was dying. And then after that, for whatever reason, started showing up to school with a cane instead of crutches. And
Nice.
I just, it just really stood out as a real memorable time in my life. Admittedly, it was my grandma's cane, so this was not a very cool move on my part, but maybe that's why I
That
don't
is
have
so cool.
a strong golf inclination.
Okay, so golf, I feel like people who are just like naturally good at golf are actually like, and without like bragging, they're just like natural athletes because I feel like golf is like the hardest sport in the whole world. Like being able to golf well takes so many like natural eye coordination, hand coordination, foot coordination. Like you need to be able to like be in sync with your body at all times. But then you have like this like dude named John Daly who's like this fat fuck who can just like pound the shit out of the ball. It makes me think everything that I thought was a lie. Like I'm gonna share a John Daly gif here. This guy is like a pro golfer, like in all sense of the word.
Almost
Like look
unreal
at
to
this
think
guy.
that there's
Look at this
uh,
guy.
I just can't believe that you're a GIF guy, not a GIF guy.
Actually, I am. Did I say GIF?
Yeah, you did.
God damn it! I'm so disappointed in myself. See, I've actually been struggling with GIF and GIF my whole life ever since I was born, and I've learned that I flip back and forth. But like golf is like Casuarina can like confirm that I've switched back and forth from GIF to GIF multiple times.
Yeah, it's kind of like just a disability for you. You're just trying to
Yeah,
fight it.
yeah. It's like it's like you over in Reapers where it's like every single time
Yeah,
you say something
every
it
other
sounds
word is like
different.
disability. I'm so mad. What are you doing? Uh, it's like that too much in my own life, though. It's like I'm calling my friends like a piece of shit and like rat dogs like 24/7, and I need to curb that because I know some of them get a little mad at me for it. But you know, sometimes if it just rolls off the tongue, you can't help it.
No, I like there's different groups of people in life, right? Like I'm sure everyone can relate to this where it's like I act this way with these people and I act this way with these people and I act this way with these people and like there's like this secret group of people who can make me act in a way that's like absolutely unacceptable to probably 99% of humans, but we absolutely love every single second of it, right? Like it's so much fun and being able to like play that character, like the fact that like you can like rock over to Reapers and act like an absolute legend like that is so much fun for like what Web3 stands for and what NFT stands for.
Yeah, I really don't know where that came from. All in all, it just sort of like did come out of the blue. 'Cause I
It
remember, I
comes
remember the
it
first
comes
time,
from
the
your
first time I went up over there. I remember the first time I went up over there. I was with you, of course, in some debate discussion, and I was actually voicing my grievances about like our lack of like an emergency fund or something like that.
yeah,
And then it
yeah, I
just
remember that. Yeah, yeah.
where like and then we had that one call with Saint and the guy from God, I forget the name of that project, but like Rafts or whatever, the one that's like really affiliated with like Digidaigaku. And yeah, then we just had like that hour and a half long rant session, and I was down to after that throw down a bit in Reapers. So it kind of just it was very go with the flow and organic, I guess, based off of like the different things happening across the different communities.
It's
But
funny that
Legion,
like sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just saying, it's like it was like being in like a specific like headspace, like in consideration of all thing, and it was like a headspace associated with like I guess Web3 matters and all of that sort of stuff. So it was like genuinely organic to what was going on at the time.
Yeah, it's really interesting too because like I'm like this like I I've never done any type of like performance or like any type of like engagement with like entertainment or anything like that. But like as soon as I found out like we were doing Reapers, I was like, we gotta find like a cool way to like make a voice for whatever Sergeant Vega is, right? And like it kind of like tapped into like this weird connection to pretend play, right? Where it's like I could like just fucking go crazy for a little bit and like be this like absolutely different version of myself, and it's so much fun, and I can tell that like you have so much fun when you do that. Like do like the first time that I did Sergeant Vega, like I was nervous the first time, and then like after it was done I had like these like weird feelings of like jitters and excitement. Like did you have that as well? Like like it was kind of like a feeling of like release. Did you have that too?
Let me try to think. Oh fuck, my knee. Let me think. Yeah, I mean, I remember like coming off of that and just like feeling great, and like that was like the first time I did it, and like things went well. It was like a highlight of my day. It was also like the end of the day for me, so I was just sort of I don't know, put a nice bow on everything, and in terms of like actual jitters and like yeah, I would say that I had like a little bit of like I felt a little amped up, like was open to I'm getting called by my boss. I gotta leave. Catch you.
See you, man. See you, dude. Sergeant Ghost Chancellor Shadow Chancellor Lemon Boy is about to get fired from his job to chat with me up on stage on my birthday drinks. We have hit. I'm excited to say that we've hit, I think, a new record here. 4 hours and 24 minutes of I don't know what. Um, I can confirm we've also hit the record of wife text messages. What are you doing? Um, What's that voice I heard? What sound are you making downstairs? Are you drunk or something? I'm literally reading you verbatim of the messages that I'm receiving. But more importantly, awesome to have Lemon Boy on stage. Awesome to have Saint on stage with me during this. This is so much fun. Um, you know, it's interesting because you know what was really cool today? There was like a ton of pings for my birthday. And then there was a ton of pings that were like uh, saying things like, I can always count on Mirror to respond to my DMs. I can always, you know, there was a ping like at like 4:45 in the morning where I was just waking up, which is fucking stupid to say out loud, but I really genuinely was. And like 5 minutes later, like people were pinging me during Saint's event, saying like I'm a robot or something, which I kind of am. And it's like I got some DMs from people in that event being like, dude, like why are you responding to messages at 5 a.m.? Like because like this is fun. Like this is a dream. Like what else am I gonna do at 5 a.m.? I can tell you exactly what I was doing at that time. I was literally like stacking a bottle full of formula, right? Getting ready to put it in a fucking microwave to get ready to get heated up, and I'm just waiting for like life to hit me next. And what else is better than like having a bit of fun with everyone here within Tribe? Like it's not even like it's not even like a issue. It's not even like work. It's not even like tedious. It's not even like pedantic. It's like I live for this shit at this point. I honestly think that I got pinged and I messaged probably 1 to 2 minutes later, 100%. And like, don't get me wrong. Like, if people would have pinged me fucking 2 hours before that, I wouldn't have probably answered, but I probably could have. Like, I got my phone on loud and I got pings on notification. It means a lot for me to like make sure that I'm as accessible and available to you all as I possibly can. Like, that sounds really silly, but I have been a part of enough projects and I have been and I don't like the word investor, but I have bought enough NFTs to see how communities don't manage themselves well. And I think like from a community management standpoint, we're at a really healthy stage where we have enough people who really value what we're doing here, where I can feel confident in the fact that they understand what we're trying to deliver. But then on the flip side, we're trying to make sure that we're on top of shit on the newcomers, which is something that we've been trying to. It's really difficult to tackle that in a bear market, if I'm quite honest. It takes a lot of convincing. However, I think that the pitch overall is quite good for anyone who's coming in, uh, understanding the value that we bring through informative spaces, opportunities to learn about the market through, Saint has so much to do with that. Very valuable information provided on a daily type cadence, which is really, really easy for me. But the other side of it is too is like I think we've gotten to a point within the market where expectations are reasonable within what minting is. Like, if you go, I'm also on the partnership side of things. So, like, I talk to partners, and like, no one's even talking about a mint date, right? And if they are, they're like very, very specific about. There's two things. They're either really, really specific about what their mint date is and why they're delivering on that date, or the second thing is that they're just really, really dumb. They don't understand how bad the market is. And so we're kind of in this like perfect little situation where we've we've built enough value and stickiness through longevity with the people that actually really matter to us. And then the other flip side of it is, and I've been spending more time in the general tavern, I can tell that we're catching eyes for people who are like just learning the space. I've been in my DMs, like honestly, a lot, probably the last week to 10 days with new people joining the general tavern. And people are like just flocking to us for the enjoyment of education and information. And then once they find out that that information can be turned into value through the village market and the soul mint, I've actually seen, I'm not seen, I've actually been told that quite a few people that have joined that I've talked to have minted the new soul token, the season two soul token, and have been paying attention, learning. And that's cool. Like, honestly, like, that's probably as exciting as it gets in this space right now. Like, for real, like, if you were to tell me, like, "Hey, you have a project going out that's minting, and the floor price is at point 0.2, or you're minting a SOL token that engages meaningful activity and education and opportunities for longevity from that user to stick with what you're trying to build as a brand at a point of one sale price, like the latter appeals more to me. You know what I mean? Like I've even had people within my alpha groups be like, for months and months ask me when mint, when mint, when mint, when mint. I'm like, dude, like, why are you trying to ask me that? Like, it's not a good time to mint. And they come around and they're like, what you guys are doing here is like super cool. Like they're super engaged into Reapers. They're into Ronin. They're talking about like how we've been able to totally flip the expectations of what community engagement is on its head due to not design. It wasn't our initial design to like build it like this, but through understanding the market and understanding how setting expectations needs to be done is being done from founders slash community lead side of things. Like people are starting to see the value that we're bringing, and not only on the Ethereum side but on the Bitcoin side too. Like when I try to have conversations with Bitcoin people, I get connected either through someone else or through myself, and they know who we are. Like that's a huge battle to be winning right now, and to be being able to deliver that from a business perspective very clearly and very successfully. Um, in hindsight, we look like geniuses for the decisions we've made so far. And for every single person we've lost to who've been impatient waiting for mint, it's been worth every single second of it. Couldn't care less that we lost them. Right. So like we've had many opportunities to, like, if Saint wanted to, he could have launched fucking 7 projects by now. I'm sure they would have been successful in their own right. But what we're trying to do is like set up an opportunity for this space to feel healthy, and more importantly, like not just the space, but within our own microcosm, like fucking set up something that's sustainable here within Tribe. And it's cool. It's different. And that's, I talked to, Wade's is someone, I don't know if anyone knows who Wade's is, but if you don't know, he's someone that actually brought me into the Web3 space. He's a whale in this space by all sense of the words. He he adopted me into Web3, super random. I still don't even understand how it happened, but that's not the point of the story. The point of the story is like the first lesson he always told me is find something different. Find something that's trying to shift what's happening, find something that's trying to innovate technologically, find something that's trying to provide incentive for an investment that you have never seen before. That's where the money's about to be. And he did that with Top Shot. He did that with Axie. And there's about to be a thread put out, full transparency here, that with Wade's in Squanchland, that we're doing a bit of a fun collaboration and serious partnership with them. Not anything that is crazy notable as far as how that impacts your collections, but what it will do is provide an opportunity for accessibility through specifically the Bitcoin chain, because they were really super influential on ordinals, but also just accessibility through outreach and opportunity. So, I think the people who are still here trying to make a meaningful effort into what ordinals, what ETH NFTs are, they see the value in what we're doing. I'm starting to see a lot of times where I get introduced to partners and they don't need to have a breakdown. They don't need a TLDR of who we are, right? They know who we are. And that's right where we want to be when things start to ramp up, right? And that value comes from not only what, Saint and us as a team has been able to provide, but more importantly, it's like, the value the community has been able to provide through engagement and uh, consistency, right? Like, how cool is it that the value, like the first thing that the partners that we talk to reference is the amount of engagement that we have through all of our Twitter spaces and Discord events. Now, that is created by consistent engagement from Saint as a founder, but also as you guys showing up, right? And as the reality sets in for all these other people to understand how many active users are actually in this space, and then once they see how much of that we've actually captured as a project, that's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger, right? So while the value isn't only the opportunities that we can provide from a internal perspective through Reapers, Lost Realms, Ronin, it's through the partnerships that we can create as well, right? And you all being here right now will put you so much further ahead from everyone else that says, like, holy shit, these guys have been building since August of 2022. They've got this much engagement regularly, and now they're connected to all of these projects. When the bolt, like, I don't like to use that fucking word, bothers me, but when the next excitement happens within the space, where do you think they're going to go to try to connect with the actual users here? It's going to be with projects that already exist, right? Or it's going to go with big money spenders within the Web3 and alpha space, right? But with the Tribe Diamonds plus the community that we're building here, we're kind of tackling that both at once. Such a bad term. Yeah, but it makes sense from an investment side of things. Well, my point is like, as dark as the days seem, as negative as the ETH founders seem, as rough as the ordinals market seems, you guys are, everyone here right now and everyone else that exists within this platform within the 24 to 48 to 72 hour to probably 96-hour time frame regularly engaging. You're 1 to 2 to 5 steps ahead of everyone else. That's really cool. And if you feel like this space is something that can provide some sort of utility or financial benefit to you, this is the place to be. And you know what's crazy is we don't even like promote ourselves that much, like, if at all. Like when Saint does his something is minting, the only reference he makes to Tribe is to give out a code, right? And that code goes to the people who already know who we are. So it's like everyone else listening is like, what the fuck's a code? Like, no one gives a shit about that. Like, that's not marketing. Like, it's marketing to maybe like to a question of like, wonder what that code's about, right? That might get a bit of interest, but like, we're not like saying like, hey, come check out what this code could mean for you and value and future references and future opportunities and whitelist spots. Like, no, we're not doing that. Like, if you fucking value like the AMA that we just had, check us out, right? Or um, if you value the art that we're sharing within Reapers, within our Discord, or catch wind of what Ronin's about to become, and you value that storytelling, like that's where we want our outreach to go. That's where we want our marketing to go. It's not like 90% of partners come to me and say, what's your AlphaBot reach? I literally got I got fed up with a group today. There's a group called Anka. I don't know. Hold on. I'm just gonna make sure I get this right because they deserve to get like pounced on at this point. And they're actually like reputable in like the space, which is just fucking crazy. Hold on, let me find them. I like to be very transparent. I don't typically do this. I already left the group. Yeah, they sucked. Anyways, they were like the group from Komichi, and they also did ear pits. I don't know if you guys all remember that one. But like they're like this outreach group of like marketers in Web3 who like try to make these collaborations or partnerships, quote unquote, right? And like their questions for me was this. It was, hey, and just to be clear, I've talked to them 5 or 6 times at this point. Okay. We've had 5 or 6 conversations up to this point. They go, hey, what's your AlphaBot numbers? And how quickly can we get these collaboration whitelist spots raffled in your group? This is before I even say hello, like dead ass. Before I even could say, like, nice to meet you, would like to learn more about what you're doing as a project, would like to understand your mint supply, mint structure, anything. The first message that I wake up to is, hey, how quickly can we get this running in your thing? And what's your AlphaBot numbers? My response was, are you kidding? Like, you guys know who I am. You know who Tribe is. We've talked 5 to 6 times now. Can you give me some information about who you are as a project? These guys are like probably considered mid to top tier collaboration partners in this space. And I said to him, I said, I appreciate you guys reaching out and seeing the value in Tribe, but if you guys can't bring more to the table other than like asking and demanding me for like who I am or who Tribe is or the value that we provide without providing any sort of like insight into who the project is you're trying to represent right now, like stop adding me to these group chats. And they're like, but like, bro, like they're just free spots, man. Like you should totally just fucking take them and raffle them off for us. Like, are you guys kidding me? Like, I said to him, like, this is exactly what's wrong with everything that's happening in this space. Like, you guys are like, you're just raffling off spots to like really poor communities and bad founders and bad teams and you're just gonna keep cycling this through and I guarantee you they're making money. They're making money off of these projects who tell them, "Hey, we'll pay you to do project outreach, and every lead that you get this amount." And that's all they care about. And it's fucking disaster. It's a disaster for the space. And I'm not playing that game anymore. Not gonna do it. If there's any a time where I can probably play a tight-knit game, it's right now. I'm so happy to turn down fucking 99% of projects right now because 99.5 of them are gonna fail. There's I might get one wrong. That's fine. I don't think up to this point, the only one that I think that I really, really got wrong was well, I can't even say I got it wrong. I just missed the opportunity was Mahjong, the Genesis One collection there. Uh, Outside of that, I mean, there hasn't been much to write home about. So, like, who are these people to just like demand stuff all the time? It's messed up. The Saint know about what? Oh, no, see, it's not the Komichi team. It's the collaboration team from Komichi that like they do like multiple projects at the time. And Sing couldn't care less what the Komichi team does or what the collaboration team from Komichi does. But for me, it makes more sense because like it shows the shallowness of their partnership outreach. You know what I mean? It's everything that's wrong with this space. Everything that's wrong with they were coming at me with a Bitcoin like ordinals play, right? My only questions were, what's your mint supply? What's your mint price? And what are the metrics within the ordinals uh, uh, meta? Can you provide me? Like, do you have early inscription? Do you have rare inscriptions? Do you like recursive technology on the inscriptions that you have? Like, is there anything there? They said, "Oh no, this team just hired us to do outreach. Do you want to raffle the spots or not?" It's like, dude, the fuck? It's trash. It's so bad. And you know who's like like, you know what the worst community of them all is? And I'm not saying this for any other reason than the truth. It's Asian communities. They're all they care about is top of funnel metrics. They want the most followers, they want the most engagement, they want the most top of funnel entries. I did not say that. They want the most entries into their alpha bots. They want the most entries into their pre-mints, and that's it. And I think a lot of the investors that are into what it is that they're trying to deliver on is pushing for that, but I also think a lot of them are so out of touch to how different Web 2 and Web 3 is. It's like they think they can come into Web 3 and just like live the same life. It's it shows how naive they are. And and to be fair to them, they have a big boundary because being an active founder from that space is really difficult because um not everyone's really confident speaking English, right? And that's what you kind of need to do, unfortunately. And also like it's not like them to put themselves out there, you know what I mean? Like it's not one for them to always throw themselves. No, I have so much investment into Asian projects. I love them, but I think that a lot of their ideas are misguided for sure. Their their logic behind how to build a Web3 company is misguided. And I have firsthand experience. I worked with Crypto Simogy, which is probably one of the biggest Asian-based projects that's ever launched, like no doubt. They launched with some Baidu Inc. support. When they went live with the free mint, they ran. I think they ran to a point 0.6 ETH floor at one point. And I worked on that team, and I saw what they valued and what they didn't value. And no, Baidu, BA. It's like the Google. It's like the Google of uh, Asia. But like my firsthand experience in that is I have learned what the founders care about, and what ends up happening is that those founders get invested. They get investments from top-notch Web 2 firms, and those Web 2 firms expect Web 2 metrics, and those Web 2 metrics don't lead to Web 3 success. So, and it's just rinse and repeat. And there's a lot of close-knit communities within that. They're all tied to one another, and they just support one another, and it makes the market really small on that side of things. I think I've already done it, Tanimal, haven't I? Am I there yet? Drinking my last glass of whiskey here. Gonna make sure my wife hasn't texted me again. No, we're good. 10 more minutes of the record. Nice. Still hanging on. I don't know what else to talk about though. I'll be honest, y'all. It's 12:50. Casuarina, are you excited to be back in Australia? And why were you over in wherever in Junka lives? That's funny, Andrea. Why was I what? So you're dating in Junka, right? Is this too personal? Probably too personal. Okay. So you are originally from Australia, right? Okay. How did you meet in Junka? I'm dating it, right? That was really funny. Yeah, me too. Okay. That makes sense. So then you met each other online and then you moved over there? No, that's cool. That's awesome. I met my wife online too. I was I was live streaming a bachelor party at 3 a.m. in the morning, and it was not pretty, but my wife thought it was really funny. So that's how we met. Yeah, true story. My wife was on an app called Periscope, and that was popular back in the day. No, Periscope. She downloaded it the day before I went live with the bachelor party, and then she explored the app on the day that I had the bachelor party, and she randomly hovered over the ping that was in America and clicked on it, and she thought I was quote unquote funny and cute, and thought that I should do another live stream when I wasn't so drunk because I was fucking hammered. And yeah, one thing led to another, and now we have 2 kids and been married for 5 years. Crazy story. But what's your vision of life today and the one you had a few years ago? It matches nothing. There's nothing that matches in my life from, I shouldn't say a few years ago, because I've been here for 7 years. But if you would have asked that question 10 years ago, I would have never told you that I'd be where I'm at, with who I'm with what I'm doing, with what I've learned. Completely different. You couldn't have given me 100 guesses, and I would have gotten. I still don't know. Yeah. What the repercussions of that is. I don't know what the consequences of something like that is. I do read nonfiction. Not a lot. I'll be honest. I'm few and far between. I need to read more. I do value a lot of nonfiction though because I'm very inspired by people who have struggles and are able to succeed through struggles. I think the biggest thing lacking in culture now is a lack of resiliency, and I like to hear that. Anyone here? Anyone here? Smoke weed? I'm Casuarina. Anyone here? Smoke weed? I used to. I used to, but now I don't anymore. What's that from? What's that from? Does anyone in here smoke weed? I feel like that's from like a show or something. I didn't get that out of nowhere. Maybe I did. I'm sure it's somewhere. Actually, I've never been to Europe. I had me and my wife and her family had a Mediterranean cruise planned for March of 2020. And if you keep up on your recent history, that was not a good time to be traveling. So we lost some money there, but we actually got more back um, than we thought. We got a lot of refunds back, so that was good. Yeah, we got full cash refunds, which was really cool. Versus like credits and stuff like which a lot of cruises were trying to give out at the time. We were on top of it though. We were early. We didn't get our refunds back until like 4 or 5 months after putting in the request for a refund. But like we were like 2 weeks away from a decision. I was like, man, no, why would I do that? I was like, man, let's just go. Like this COVID stuff, like it's not serious. This is me, dead serious, and this is who I am to a T. Like everyone in my group, besides maybe one other person, was like, "Oh, maybe we can go." I was like, "Oh, yeah, let's just fucking go." Like honestly, like COVID's not serious. Like we'll be able to travel. We'll be able to be fine. Like if we get sick, we'll get sick. It's fine. It's like why don't we just do it? Cruises are I fucking like love cruises. Like if they stop at like the right places, big fan. It's, I don't even know what a metric liter is. We were that's where one place we were gonna stop was, Cannes in France. I wanna go so bad. I just truthfully, 1, need to save money, and 2, I've got 2 kids, it makes it hard. Can you guys hear me swallow this drink? Yeah. No, I don't scuba dive. I am not a strong swimmer, but I really enjoyed I went on a cruise to, a few islands around Australia, Isle of Pines and a few other ones. I went snorkeling for the first time ever when I was like 28, and I loved it. I would probably consider I don't think I would like scuba diving though because that feels next level ocean scary. Like I'm just like I feel like I'm waiting for like a shark or a whale to come up and just fucking demolish me. Where like if I'm just scuba diving around the shores, I'm catching small fish and I saw like snails and little snakes and stuff. Like that was fine. I was cool with that. Snorkeling's fine. What did I say? Oh yeah, yeah, snorkeling. Yeah, yeah. Orange juice about to buy a diamond. We had like 2 diamond sales in the last 48 hours. I don't know. I don't see the joy of snorkeling. I don't see the joy of exploring the ocean. Like fuck that shit. That shit's too scary. You can have the ocean. I'll just take the fucking. Well, what was? Were you scared? I don't know. The ocean's scary to me. I feel like the ocean is something you don't mess with. Fuck yeah, it's a good idea to buy a diamond. Like, not financial advice, but buy a fucking diamond. No, I'm serious. Like, I think that the value that a diamond is going to have over the long term is going to be super useful. Just know that if you buy a diamond after this chat, that you've bought a diamond after information provided by someone who's had like 10 drinks and just enjoying their birthday. Brackish. I don't even know what that is. What's brackish? I'm Googling it. River estuaries. Yeah, saltwater rivers is a bit fucked up. Yeah, yeah, that is scary. Like no joke. Like they find their way up the fucking rivers, and they in like there's so many sharks in like rivers that you would not think that there are sharks for sure. I said not financial advice, sir. Why scare shark? Yeah, agreed, Steven. 100%. Why scare shark? Okay, casuarina. Well, you're from Australia, so you're probably not afraid of sharks. So, like, okay, so you go out in the ocean and you're telling me you're not afraid of, like, seeing a shark or, like, if a shark was there, you'd get scared? You don't think you'd get scared? Crocs, I fear, for sure, because 'cause they're territorial. But, okay, you're surfing, right? And you see a shark. What do you you're scared, right? You're not just like, oh, I'm chill. Oh, okay. Problem solved. Shark is just a sea snake. That's pretty funny. I don't know, like I've wanted to learn to surf, but I also don't think that like I'm cut out for it, if I'm honest. Not for me.
So blue bottles are
Like those fucking jellyfish, right? I heard they hurt really bad. I haven't had one, but like doesn't take much to like come into like a crop of them. All right, y'all. I should go to bed. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, I heard it's really painful. If you were guaranteed to live, would you rather explore outer space or deepest, darkest parts of the— That is a really good question. Yeah, you're supposed to piss on it. Man, that is a really good question. I'm curious, what's everyone else thought? I think I would probably lean towards space. Probably would lean towards space. Because I think it's cool to say that I've been to space. Jeez. Ocean stuff is cool. Like, I like the idea that the ocean is so less explored than what people would think. Like, it's cool, it's part of our planet, and that's, like, probably the only place within our planet that's— well, not probably, it is the only place in our planet that hasn't been explored, like, thoroughly. I think that's really cool. Frenchie, thanks for the birthday wishes, man. I hope you're doing well. Like, isn't that gonna be so crazy, like, that one day that we're gonna be able to explore, like, the deepest depths of the ocean, and we're gonna find, like, shit that's gonna blow our fucking minds? Greetings, galactic senators. Today, I welcome you to vote GB-005. We've got a decision that will last the lengths of our galaxy and will write itself within the history books. You have the right to choose as senators the path of space exploration or deep sea ocean exploration. With your decision, just know that the lives of galactic citizens hang in the balance, and your decision should not be taken lightly. Please refer to all the descriptions in GB-004.5 and keep your sticks on the ice. Haha! It was fun. I think it's time to probably end this one. I think we talked as much as we possibly can today. We actually did give out a spot earlier on when Saint joined us. Unfortunately, I cannot give out spots in this Discord. However, I do appreciate every single one of you joining. Um, It was a lot of fun. Made my birthday a lot of fun. Talking Doggo just gets in here at the last second with its woof woof and a bark bark. I don't think I use all of those extra words. I probably have my own little extra words that I throw in there. I don't have saintisms. However, I think they're perfect for his approach to sharing his thoughts and opinions because there's a ton of them at this time. However, in this design, but no, for real. I do appreciate each and every one of you for showing up here. I thank you all so much for wishing me a happy birthday. It's really special to me. Um, it's really cool to have a whole nother community that I can lean on to not only have happy experiences in life, but also feel like I'm achieving something really cool and really fun. I'm going to finish this drink here and go back to bed. I have to get up in 6 hours and coach basketball for my 5-year-old daughter. It's going to be great. No excuses. One thing my dad always said is stop being a little baby and suck it up and play ahead. And that's so funny to say out loud because no one values that anymore. Stop. I'll be honest with you. One thing that I say to myself to get myself psyched up is don't be a bitch. Like dead ass. Like I'll look at myself, I'm like, stop being a little bitch, dude. Like if I'm struggling to fucking complete a task, right? Or do something I've never done before. Like stop being a bitch, man. Like just stop it. Like just like man up a little bit and just fucking do it, right? And that's so sad because I learned that through my parenting and through relationships with my friends. Like that's how I always got pushed, right? And it's like I look at myself, it's so bad, isn't it? Like I think it's important to be like open and honest here. Like it's bad that like I'll look at myself and be like, that is motivating for me. Like, how is that motivating? But like honestly, it it is. Like that's troubling, right? And like it's like the one thing it is for sure. What is it? It's yeah. It's so mean. It's so terrible. But like at the time and all that was like it's 80s style, 90s style, 2000 style even. Like that was what was taught. And like I will potentially come up to like a crossroads and be like, yeah, for sure. And it's like I've never ever used that towards my children, obviously, right? But like if I'm running up into my own crossroad, if I go to myself and be like, stop it, like stop being like that, like man up a little bit, like be tough, like do what you got to do, right? Like that psychs me up, right? It's like fuck. Like why is that what it takes? Like why is that the external motivation to get me through? Oh, it's totally tough. Like I am a girl dad to like all the extent, but like there's still parts of me that's like I would never use language like that, but the language I am comfortable using is like, um, what's a lesson that my daughter went through? Like, okay, let me give you an example. So my daughter she started her new school. She started kindergarten recently, and she started like this whole behavioral thing where she like refuses to leave school. Like I'll ask her, "Let's go," and she says no because she's playing with her friends. Super cute, super fun. And I'll say something like, uh, "You need to like when daddy says that it's time to be done, you need to respect that and be done. Right? Yeah, like she hides, she peeks out, she plays these little games. And I'll say, you need to understand, like, you need to listen to us even in this environment. And I'll say, like, if you don't do that, that really makes me upset. That really you're pushing boundaries, right? But like it's time to go. Like you need to listen. Yeah, time to go. Exactly. That's so weird that you just said that. But like so that's my approach to like that situation. My dad would have been like, get the fuck over here, stop being a fucking dickhead. Right? So like the transition from like what he not, and I'm not joking what he's that is what he used to say. He didn't say dickhead because that's very Australian, but he would say like he would say get the fuck over here, 3 2 1, or there's going to be big trouble waiting for you when we get home. Like that was the line, right? And now it's more like you're kind of upsetting me now, and like you really need to respect me as you do. And that's like very, very healthy, right? Like that's the right way to go. But isn't that so sad? Like to me, something that's motivating is what my dad used to do. Like when I used to play sports, and actually one thing that actually led to me to be quite successful was my dad's reactions to things. Like I would think that I would have a really good game, and my dad would be like, "Well, you fucked this up. You fucked this up. Don't do that anymore. Do better." And I want to be very clear. I love my dad. Great dude. But it's just who he is as a person, right? But like I was always living up to that. And then like so now even to this day where it's a moment where I'm struggling to get through life, I would be like, dude, stop being a fucking like just fucking do it. Like get through it. Like fuck off. Like you can do this, right? It's like at some point I'm like that's bad, but at the same time, is it bad? Because it works for me? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like this funny little thing. Like it's where it's like, yes, it's fucking terrible, but that's like also well, it's helped me be successful. Where, but like I can also realize that, like that's successful for me, but it's not going to be successful for my daughter and for my son. You know what I mean? So it's like it's funny how like these generational tidbits like float back and forth, but it's cool. Yeah, I think fear is good. Fear is good at times. Like to me, I think that like a place where I feel like it's really healthy to do something like that is like I'm not like this is gonna probably make me sound like a dickhead, but I'm not a participation trophy type person. Like I think that there should be winners, I think there should be losers, and I think that we should learn lessons from those experiences. I'm totally okay with the idea that people don't agree with that. Um, yeah, see, Jeff, like I can see that. And I think that the most valuable lessons that I got out of my childhood was when I lost and knowing that I lost because I knew that I wasn't good enough and I knew that I needed to get better. I needed to try harder and I needed to feel what losing was to know I didn't want to feel it again. And if we hide people from that, I don't know where the value is. If anyone comes to me with a differing opinion of that, I'm opening to listening, but I don't think there's value there. Um, True story. Um, I'm still struggling to understand how preventing someone from experiencing real feelings. Like one of the biggest things is like going around these days is like, oh, don't gaslight me. Like, don't stop me from experiencing feelings that I should have the right to feel. But then those same people who are like so passionate about making sure that people don't get gaslit is like, uh, also, I'm not gonna like I don't support gaslighting, but I'm also gonna not let you feel what natural feelings of life are. Like how do you live on that level? if you're going to choose to do one, you need to allow the other one to exist as well. Oh yeah, totally. Casuarina, my self motivation goes to a whole nother level of really intense competitive nature of craziness for sure, for sure. But like, do you see where I'm coming from with that? Like, it's like, how can you tell someone like, oh, everyone has a right to feel every feeling that they want to feel, but we're going to prevent you from feeling those feelings if we can help it. Like, what's the point of that then? Then we're gaslighting them through controlled environments and a lack of ability to experience those feelings in a controlled space. Okay, so let me give you an example because I think this is really fun to talk about. I am very passionate about this. So um, there's a huge push for humans to be allowed to feel everything that they want to feel and to be able to express that and manage that emotion however they want to, which I support. On the other side of things, how can you say that, but then also in a controlled environment where allowing emotions to be felt is easiest managed to control it to a point to not let them feel that. So in a controlled school environment, not let them feel what it's like to lose or to fail. How can you say gaslighting is bad and right? Does that make sense? I don't understand how that connects. And I don't and that sits along the same side of thinking. Like it sits along the same side of like liberal thinking of like we want everyone to be able to like feel what they want to feel, but also like don't feel this yet. Don't feel this because it's a bad feeling. I don't get that. Like they do, yeah, they do. They do run. They do get places. Losing or winning must not be tied with person. Yes, I do see that. I think that's where the difference is made, Senator Cat, for sure. I think losing and winning does not need to be tied to the person having value. Instead, it needs to be tied to the person having value in the competition that was had for losing or winning. That should only be a part of what your value is as a human. Today is my birthday. Thanks, Trow. Appreciate it. They don't have to run across sand. So gaslighting is like people get complained about being gaslit because they're not allowed to feel their feelings, right? They're not allowed to be able to feel whatever feelings they have and express whatever feelings they have from that experience, right? Yeah, I actually have been impressed how long my voice is holding up, Crypto Caro. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so competition and gaslighting actually don't have anything to do with one another. I just think the principle of allowing, uh, for one hand, to allow a person to feel everything they want to feel and express it whatever they want to, whatever the way they want to, and then on within the same realm of that person's existence, prevent them from being able to feel a real feeling doesn't make sense. I appreciate it, Forza dude. What? Casuarina is not putting it putting No, it's fine. I'm not, I don't think you're being rude at all. I find some logic from specific things. Is anyone else understanding where I'm coming from, or am I just coming off of like complete like craziness? Okay, you're just blabbing. No, that's funny. No, I don't know. I'm like a weird. I think about things in a very weird way, so I understand that I don't always vibe with everyone else's vibe, so that's fine. Yeah, 100%. They should give themselves 100% every time, but I find a lot of value of being able to sit with my daughter in moments where she's failed and say, "Hey, you failed, and this is how you need to get better, and this is how we're going to practice to get better, and it's okay to fail." Like that's cool with me, and I don't think a lot of people want their kids to feel that. I think a lot of people that value l- certain ways of life don't want their kids to feel that because they want to protect them from that until it's necessary. Where I feel like the best place to do it is in a controlled environment with parents and young children. Sports is the most important Sports, in my opinion, is the most important life lesson teacher in all of children's uh, growth. 100%. If you were to ask me if I'd rather have my kid go to years 8 through 12 mathematics or year 8 through 12 sports, I would rather put them in sports because more life lessons are taught in that scenario. You learn discipline, you learn teamwork, you learn goal setting, you learn realistic expectations of who you are as a human, you learn physical abilities, mental abilities, fortitude, resilience. Math teaches you nothing other than how to fucking do shit that you never need to know again. You're given scope to showcase your individual strengths and personality. Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. I probably went a little bit too far with the math insignificance there of how, but I think that I would say one thing is like unless you go into a specific field of work, most of that math stuff isn't actually going to be that useful for you. However, I think there is some usefulness within mental math and some simple math designs for sure. But going to like the level of calculus and statistics, unless you go into specific realms of professionalism, there's no point. Sports is more important. Teaches you way more about life. Teaches you how to be a leader, how to be team player, teaches you how to learn from others. Crazy, man. It's crazy. It's the equalizer of all humans. It allows women to play, it allows men to play, it allows uh, extremely talented, naturally talented, and hardworking individuals to be successful. Sam, how do you disagree with me on that? I'm genuinely curious on how you disagree with me on that. Yeah, apparently, JJ, it looks like that. If we, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm very curious on how anyone can defend the importance of calculus versus playing team sports through the ages of maybe 16 to 18. Yeah, we did give away a relic before. What about college? I went to college. That shit did nothing for me other than give me a degree. Like, I didn't study. I never fucking I never studied for I can honestly say this to you. I probably studied for okay, I'll be honest, 100% dead honest. I probably studied for 4 exams throughout my 4-year college degree. I don't use anything that I did in college for my current situation. And I actually worked in a psychology profession, and everything that I learned in that profession, I learned on the job, not through college. I studied psychology. I was I had a what's the term? Jeez, I've been out of college this long. Bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in what was my minor in? Social sciences. That was it. You did what's PO playing? Peopling. I put it together after I said PO playing. That was pretty good. No, no, okay, but like, uh, I think if you did like an overall study of people who put their degrees into practice postgraduate, I would say that the percentage is pretty minimum. I think sports is good for learning through play, but I don't know about you. Do you not support competitiveness? I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just genuinely curious and joke. Sport is like, yeah, it's sport is like the all-seeing eye of understanding what it's like to work with people, what it's like to understand where success and failure lies. Now, does that leave certain people? No, okay, I'm gonna put some thoughtfulness